Дворце съездов, где продолжает работу 20-й съезд ВКСМ.
I have an especially rewarding dream in which I am a celebrated Komsomol delegate giving a triumphant speech at the 20th Congress of the VLKSM in Moscow. My performance is later televised, and as I watch this footage of myself, I masturbate stealthily, despite being surrounded by a large gathering of people, all crammed into my parents' sitting room. I'm on the sofa, and my left hand is jammed between my thighs, beneath my skirt, and I'm rubbing myself through my underwear. My fingers are bringing me ever closer to orgasm. Nobody notices what I am doing. It is extremely exciting. Comrades, I am immensely proud to have the honor and the privilege of representing the Rostov students at the 20th Congress of the VLKSM, almost 70 years since the Great October Revolution of 1917. Moreover, it is my extreme pleasure to address both Komsomol members representing the whole country here in the Kremlin Palace of Congresses, and esteemed members of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the CPSU. After graduating from elementary school in 1984, I entered the Rostov School of Music. I remember with gratitude each one of my teachers, who imbued me with a thirst for knowledge, and furthermore, did their utmost to foster a responsible attitude to learning. For me, the Rostov School of Music has revolutionized my life, not only thanks to the marvelous instruction I received there from so many brilliant teachers, but also to the communist youth movement. You have no idea how much I hate you. I'll never succumb to your grim nostalgia. Our dream, going up in interstellar flames. They look out for me, hands in pockets, swaying as they walk. Who knows? How can he not see it? The initial punch he threw, aimed at my face, landed on the side of my head, narrowly missing my temple, but unfortunately clipping a portion of my right ear. The fist of a man 3 times my height sufficed to knock me sideways, my legs buckling. I grazed my palms against the ground as I reflexively broke my fall, the skirt of my dress riding up to expose my underwear. The shock of being upended left me speechless. Comrades, for me, it's a dream come true. And it is definitive and absolute proof that a great deal can be achieved with our work in the youth and labour movement throughout the Soviet Union. We are in the vanguard. Our homeland is rightly considered to be an international authority and an example to the people of the world. No important decision at the international youth level can be taken without the participation and consent of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Therefore, all of us here, no matter how big or small our contribution, are representatives of an immense and extremely wise global power, following in the footsteps of the great Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, in the spirit of revolutionary action and justice. fools believe. Uncle's on the prowl, the luxury of living incognito. The perfect scene. He grabs me by my wrists as I attempt to escape, and I teeter, dangling there. His fingers and thumbs enclose my wrists like he wants to snap them, and I struggle and kick, but this amuses him, and he lets me hang there, lifts me off the ground until I'm standing on tiptoes, and as he shakes me and I rattle around like a puppet, he seizes me by the shoulders or grips my throat with his right hand until I begin to choke, my breathing stifled. In one movement, he forces me to the ground. Blades of grass brush against my face. He pulls my long hair out of its ponytails, tears at it until I cry out in pain. Then he punches me in the mouth, splitting my upper lip. My teeth are coated in my own blood. I can taste metal. He's kneeling astride me, pinning my thighs to the moist earth. And as my arms flail about uselessly, he swats them away. He laughs at my helplessness, drinks it in, grins to himself, grunts in satisfaction, his stubble showing, his jaw pressing against my face, scratching my skin. Still he laughs, as though it's the greatest feeling in the world to overpower a juvenile with careless ease. The trees are spinning. He begins to touch me as he sticks his fingers inside my underwear and begins to fiddle with me, pinching and rubbing at my genitalia with his filthy fingertips. He grabs my hair with his other hand and uses it to alternately pull, then slam the back of my head into the ground. Perseus wore a magic cap, that the monsters he hunted down might not see him. We draw the magic cap down over our eyes and ears as a make-believe that there are no monsters. So wrote Karl Marx in the preface to the first edition of his masterpiece, Das Kapital. My esteemed comrades, perverts and pimps, always remember, no good deed should ever go unpunished. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Then, which of you gentlemen assembled here is the Cyclops Polyphemus? And what would that make me, your little Galatea? Tell me, do we walk amongst the volcanoes, arm in arm, watching their intermittent eruptions? Does magma spatter and sear my pale torso? Do I lie back and let you experiment melodiously on my pristine zither? Do I kneel and play keenly on your aulos? Or do you bounce me in your lap of luxury, whilst zephyrs caress an array of Aeolian harps? Or are these Elysian fields through which we wander, my hand enclosed by your hairy fist? In which case, whom amongst you will be my rampant Rhadamanthes, the first to ravage me there in the long, singing grass? Who am I? And what gives me the right, you may ask, to stand before you in the roseate blush of youth? It was you who made me this way. Galatea was a Nereid, a sea nymph, the self-absorbed object of the Cyclops Polyphemus's affections. Polyphemus, his name means abounding in songs and legends, appeared as a savage, man-eating giant in the 9th book of Homer's Odyssey. In the satyr play of Euripides, Polyphemus is made a pederast for comic effect. Sound familiar? Even Galatea, it's true, wheeled her brine-wet horses, Polyphemus, to your songs, writes the Latin poet Propertius. Comrades, surely it is not such a stretch, a quantum leap of the imagination, to picture one-eyed Polyphemus showcasing his mastery of the Syrinx on the shores of our Black Sea, whilst his Galatea, a veritable Rusalka, in the typical drowned odalisque role, trails her twin braids through the glittering surf. Oh, Galatea, whose name incidentally means she who is milk white, is also the moniker popularly given to that statue of carved ivory by Pygmalion of Cyprus, which then came to life. You transfixed me, turned me to stone, rendered me lifeless as marble. Frozen in this way, entire eons passed me by in an Augenblick. Your latent agalmatophilia breaks through the surface of your consciousness, the tip of a vast iceberg rearing its apex above the surface of the Arctic Sea. Immense waves crashing thunderously to herald your obsession's treasured appearance. Oh, my dear comrades, strum a few chords on your balalaikas in memory of me, and cherish my inevitable and premature death as your fingers fret long and fitfully. Then he gropes at my ribs, my torso, my breasts. I gasp and cry out in shame as much as fear. Then something snaps. I begin to wail like a siren in a series of long, piercing shrieks. My screams ring out around the forest, but he punches me in the face, fracturing my nose. I feel the cartilage and bone crunch unpleasantly as I'm overwhelmed by despair and panic. As blood oozes from my nostrils and tears stream from my eyes, he scoops up a mound of loose soil with his fingers and palm and shoves it into my open mouth. I taste blood and dirt. Fistfuls of soil rain down upon my face as my assailant laughs in unbridled mirth, soaking up my bewilderment and distress. I begin to suffocate, unable to cry out, choking on dirt. He produces a knife, using the blade to cut away my pinafore apron, worn every day over my school dress. Then he tears at the lace of my collar, pulling my dress apart, and he reveals my flesh. My nostrils are filled with blood. My nerves are pulsating. My heart races. He raises his knife and plunges it into my breast. A gaping wound promptly opens up in my chest. Blood gushes from the injury, seeping out across my skin, and my murderer smears it across my shoulders, massages it into my throat as he grips my neck, laughs as he squeezes my cheeks, raises his weapon again and brings it down into my ribs, The pain is burning and intense. It stings and it throbs. It swells up inside me like a river wanting to burst its banks. My muscles spasm in agony. I'm crying and bleeding. And the last thing I'm going to see, before I lose consciousness forever, is not the blue sky or the rustling summer leaves of the trees, but the leering, distorted features of a maniac. His expression half manic grin, half disgusted grimace. I feel so cold now. The thick frames of his glasses like a double set of eyes fixing me in sadistic rage. After I'm dead, he mutilates my body, stabs, cuts and slices at my flesh. He would have kept me alive for longer, no doubt, but he got a little carried away and severed one of my arteries. He treated my corpse like a seafood platter or a forest picnic, greedily tucking into my innards. Fascinated by my vulva, he toyed with it, haphazardly cutting into my labia as though he were performing some kind of botched surgery. He was ravenous, genuinely bloodthirsty. Finally, in a crescendo of joy, he orgasmed, simultaneously stabbing his knife into the ground, and having ejaculated all over my exposed viscera, picked up my school bag and swung it around in circles before letting it fly far away into the bushes. He then meticulously untied me. I guess he wanted to reuse the rope, and then dragged my corpse by the ankles into the undergrowth, concealing it with branches and dead leaves. Let me tell everybody assembled here today, as every fibre of my being trembles and spontaneously combusts in an inferno of rage and agony, I have met Satan, the nightmare, the ripper, the forest killer, whatever you want to call him. I have met him in dreams, on the streets, inside the carriage of a suburban electric train, on lonely forest trails, in the flattened wilderness of the Tiger, on the banks of the Don River, in the sweltering abyss of an endless summer where youth freezes forever in pure terror. And I have encountered him at dusk on a busy street, with his briefcase in hand, his mask of sanity ready to slip the moment we're alone. His crimes are committed with particular cruelty. Vampirism, cannibalism, and necrophilia manifesting in their turn. Obsessive and immersed in his own thoughts and fantasies. Satan worked out in his mind a clear methodology for tracking, stalking, and luring victims. A systemic plan of action which he strictly adhered to. We might argue that he was primarily heterosexual. Boys for him served as what we might describe as symbolic objects, onto which he projected and vented his long-repressed rage at the grievances and humiliations suffered in his childhood and adolescence. Furthermore, he was, shall we say, a confirmed necrosadist who needed to watch the torments, agonies, and ultimately deaths of other people in order to obtain sexual satisfaction. The numerous stab wounds he habitually inflicted were a means by which he was able to penetrate those he murdered. The blade thus performed the role of the penis, and the killer often made analogous movements with the knife inside the wound, leading detectives to surmise that Satan was most likely impotent. He was unable to tolerate the gaze of his victims, and therefore he blinded them and kept the body parts he'd cut off as trophies. By amputating the genitals of his young male victims, he was either attempting to make them more like women or expressing fury at his own sexual failures. Interestingly, he was able to temporarily stop killing if he thought he was in danger of being apprehended by the authorities. But realistically speaking, it was obvious that he would never desist from killing unless he was caught, or until the day he died.
There is no way to tell the story of a great violence. To tell this story, the narrator became a child beauty queen. She enrolled in evening elocution courses. She trained herself to paint a second face atop her own face. Masks are subtext read aloud, the private wish made public. She performed the talent of the baton twirler, the musician, the tap dancer, the actress, and this proved that the truest talent is mine. You know, it was the parrot, not the child, who first suggested the difference between the human and the animal is ability to self-reflect, to see oneself in a mirror and say, that is myself. Our narrator developed late. She will tell you this story soon, after she explains how she learned the language of the pageant. At the age of 19, she learned to answer the questions of adults. Of course, she was already an adult, but she had not yet been asked any questions. She had not yet become interested in anything enough to ask a question. She learned that a story is only the shape of a story. If anything about the story could act as a mirror, there was little left for her to do. That is, I suppose, what allows this to be a story about the dead. Our narrator is now tapping. She is about to tell it. Chapter 1. When I try to remember the late 90s, I mostly remember climbing into a tanning bed with a rabbit's head sticker pressed to my hip. The same spot every time for the entire summer of 99. In Pompeii, the third cause of death was instant dehydration triggered by extreme heat. I learned this in school, but never thought of it as I pulled the plastic goggles over my head and lowered the lid. It felt wonderful. It was an actual bed of light. The goggles had tiny pinpricks in the middle, covered with black lenses to protect the thinner skin of the eyelid. I felt a chill of success whenever I surveyed the augmented pigment of my skin. Once, only laborers spend enough time in the sun to tan. If you perform a slight dissection on the word parasol, you get para, to shield, and sol, sun. The events I'm telling you about take place after I graduated from a high school that sat in the middle of the country. Now I am seriously committed to the German, but as a student I took 1 year of each Romance language. Je m'appelle Jessica. Mi nombre es Jessica. Mi chiamo Jessica. I can recognize a root, determine what lexical waters a word has been washed in. Now, my Nama ist Jessica. I am so much closer to the present. Protection, of course, has always been a prerogative of the rich. Gloves, wide-brimmed hats, mineral creams, smart glass umbrellas, and veils protect the skin from signs of use. Tans now exist because a French fashion designer spent too long on a yacht in the Mediterranean. She went sailing and it showed. But all she had to do was say she meant to do it. She was born in an orphanage, an inverted basic economy with a dress that suggested less was actually more. At one point, she was a Nazi intelligence officer. She knew how essential intent is when it comes to assigning culpability. So the tan became fashionable. Another economic subversion. What was once a sign for poverty becomes a sign for wealth. Probably because I love deception, it impresses me when a person who traffics in images is adept at rhetoric. The designer's name was a diminutive of a diminutive, an abbreviation of the French coquette. My own name means rich. God beholds. I have always felt more the beholder than the beholden, which is why it is very hard to believe in God at all. If this is a story about anything, it is about being somewhere in between. The importance of the aurea mediocritas, the opulent wedding ring twisted inward in public, the right balance of visibility and existence. I spent all my time in that sunbed because I didn't have a job. When I finally got one, my skin had the glow of a ham under a heat lamp, the soccer core of a country club Father's Day brunch. My own father didn't eat ham, didn't belong to a country club, and did not worship the sun. Before my disappearance, he was a professor of boredom, and in fact, the founder and chair of the boredom studies department at the Midwestern University I dropped out of. My taking time out from the world to meditate on my dermis was rare, hard for him to understand. I believe it made me the primary subject in one of my father's case studies on boredom, maybe even the inspiration for it. There was something almost spiritual to his theories. He taught a course on Chaucer entitled The Devil's Workshop, in which students considered Proverbs 16:27, the professed origin of St. Jerome's declaration, Fac et aliquid aperis ut semper te diabolus invent oculo patum. Anyway, the final exam for the Devil's Workshop involved a staring contest. Grades were not curved. Dr. Klink, that's my father's name, and I have not talked for a long time. I'd like to ask him if he ever thought inversely that boredom could be harnessed, held in the same way that a poltergeist harnesses the body of its host. If this were possible, then it follows that intentional, controlled idleness could become a means by which the devil could be tricked into doing one's bidding. I doubt this idea occurred to him. His students occasionally went insane during the final exam. The insanity was temporary. That seemed to me more Dr. Klink's treatise on boredom, its impermanence. His doctoral dissertation concerned juridical ethics and the sentencing of crimes passionnels. A crime of passion is simply defense by excuse. Dr. Klink explained to me that this is a sort of perversion of mens rea that depends on proving the defendant holds no malicious aforethought. Literally, your mind isn't guilty. Your very mind. In essence, a crime of passion is an act of violence that wasn't planned on. It's best if you don't have the rope or the knife, etc., on your person when you walk into the room. It's best if you call the police yourself and remain at the scene. Dr. Klink's research centered on the manner in which a jury of one's peers accepts or does not accept an excuse. Determination of guilt or innocence is just like the jury's opinion. My father would, at this point, explain that there are a variety of tests used to determine culpability. My favorite is the irresistible impulse test, also known as the policeman at the elbow test. If you can't resist committing what you intellectually know to be a crime with an officer of the law only one arm's length away from you, you have fulfilled the criteria of the irresistible impulse test. I like to remember that as the, well, fuck it rule, but that's incorrect. To say fuck it is a sort of negative existential exercise, a proof of the concept of agency via the action which removes the agency. That's how the last half of the 90s was, though. While mostly I remember tanning and hair extensions and groups of syncopated pop stars dancing with the unity of a military drill, the other part of me remembers a love of trash. In the year 2000, a very pale, very insane actress once appeared on the red carpet of an award show wearing a shredded garbage bag and the magnificent wedding ring given to her by her suicided husband. There was willing distortion. Music was meant to sound like fuzz. If I listen to her albums now, they possess the polyphony of a whipped dessert, too sweet for teeth, too sugar for earth, curated decay. I still can't decide if the sticky double G and guttural vowel of grunge was euphonious or cacophonous. Both. I suppose that's why I now hold the idea of agency in my hand like the token for a carnival ride. I'll suffer if I lose it, although not mortally. In reality, the irresistible impulse test is intended to determine whether or not the defendant is capable of self-control. It asks if the defendant was their own victim, prey to their own impulse. Dr. Klink liked this idea because it suggests there is a spirit under the body that can emerge at any moment. But he never made enough of the word victim. I suspect that the Devil's Workshop was his way of testing the assumption that extreme boredom is the portal used to access the spirit body. He wanted those students to go insane, to commit crimes at the elbow of an officer. His research began in the early 80s and reached the peak of its popularity among scholars in 1994 as the result of the trial of Lorena Bobbitt. This was a very good time in my life for me to meet Christine. Christine possessed an unfettered sense of revenge, accessible only to people with a supreme, nearly supernatural sense of self-worth. She was the relation of a friend of my mother and was, supposedly, the granddaughter of Norwegian royalty. Who cares, right? Well, my mother, Greta Klink, nee Strindberg, did. Normally a woman with a vibrant melancholy, a rich misery that won't commandeer this story until it must. My mother became incandescent at the idea of royalty and the opportunity to speak her native language. She was, in fact, so taken by Christine's remedial Norwegian that, through the closed doors of Dr. Klink's office, I heard her raise her voice above its usual tone. A C major with a retained sixth, the mathematic inversion of what some scholars call the devil's chord, for the first time in my life. Like a flute overflooded with air, she told my father that she would not turn her back on her country for him a second time. I thought that seemed a little overwrought. I sincerely doubted my mother, whose favorite show was Good Morning America, had ever sacrificed much at all. Perhaps this is exactly what Dr. Klink said in response, because Greta began to sob. The next words that floated through the door were, "She has nowhere else to go." Several days later, I was introduced to Christine. Christine was a tonique possessing the defiance and dejectedness of a Victorian ghost. Her anger manifested itself in strange and seemingly inconsequential ways. She was very fond of a type of benign torture she called dial and dash. The procedure involved calling people who had wronged her and then channeling her malice into the telephone. She told me once that she envisioned the rage she breathed into the phone to be the cloudy, clear shade of a G&T. Christine was my babysitter. Christine especially liked it when I dialed the number and held the phone. It's like how a tarot card reader can't let anyone else use their deck, she explained, because they don't want to, junk up the energy. I nodded, as if I had ever seen a tarot deck in real life. I gathered that energy was something personal to Christine. You don't want the phone to lose any of its power, she added heavily. She wore her lipstick liner slightly outside the ridge of her natural lip. I regarded the phone. It was a gray and black plastic box that spent most of the day unmoored, separated from its charging station, quite actually energyless. My memory of Christine's face as she tilted her head and listened to it ring is too private. I was transfixed by the revolution of her features as she waited. All I will tell you is that often I knew her target had answered by the dull metallic scrape of the Freshka can crushed in Christine's grip. You might be wondering why I had a babysitter at the age of 13. I have two theories. My parents didn't know the true timbre of my voice. I always spoke an octave higher and a decibel softer when I was with them. Did you know that the exceptionally traumatized often retain their childhood voice, frozen at the moment of trauma? Let's step away from that, though. I'll tell you what I know about freezing at the start of the next chapter. Anyway, my first theory as to why I was still being minded like a child at the age of 13 has nothing to do with me. My mother often offered Christine extra money to perform unnecessary tasks. She would ask her to vacuum the basement carpet, which still bore the tracks of the last brooming. She paid her overtime to sit around and talk about Norway, a place I learned Christine had never actually even been, in her terrible Norwegian. Ja, werd vedzogen veldig fint, Christine replied, no matter the question posed. Possibly my father was studying the reaction she had to feeling useless. It was a waste of time, though, because Christine mostly did not live in her corporeal body. She regarded it as the basic technology needed to implement her will in the world. I doubt she even knew she was vacuuming. It became clear that my mother felt more than a certain noblesse oblige towards her thrice-removed countrywoman. She actually truly liked Christine. Over the years, I would hear them on the phone occasionally, when my father was out of town and Greta felt especially low. Also, I think she wanted to offer the girl some money, because she seemed like she needed it. For instance, even though my parents always left us a frozen pizza, Christine ate the jelly and honey out of all of our jars. One January, she ate my leftover Halloween candy and puffed the jack-o'-lantern face of the orange bag back up as if it were grinning and full. She was quite thin, tall, and heavy-boned, and for reasons at the time incomprehensible to me, she had my mother's full devotion. My second theory was that my father had made too much progress in his research and had become a threat to the entertainment industry. Maybe in the Devil's Workshop he had discovered the cure for boredom, and now film directors and writers and magazine editors and video game designers and puzzle makers everywhere were desperate to silence him. What, after all, would contented people spend their dollars on? I imagine the people who were hunting my father as an America with the volume turned down, a perceptible dimming, like when the lights of a flight are lowered to simulate night, promote sleep. I imagine they plan to kidnap and ransom me to keep him quiet, to keep the stakes loud. A subtle panic undergirded the atmosphere of our home. My parents rarely allowed anyone inside the house, except, of course, for the two people my father deemed essential personnel. His TA, Jeffrey LaPlante, and, of course, Christine. If my father was away on conference, my mother turned on every light in the house, double-locked all our doors, and triply secured them by wedging a dining chair under the handles. Then, in a macabre before-bed ritual, walked around with the largest knife from the butcher's block. My mother opened even the cabinet under the sink while remarking that Charles Manson was a very small man. Like Barbie, Abe Lincoln, and Frankenstein, I don't ever remember not knowing who Charles Manson was. Is this enough to explain to you why I believed there was some serious and maybe immediate violence always near me? Who are you, by the way? I've been imagining you as a sort of panel of judges sitting at a long faux wood table in the front row of a convention center, craning your neck back to look at the talent, whispering amongst yourselves, never disapproving, sometimes amused, often confused. I imagine you as if I am a little girl at a beauty pageant reciting La Chance de Meldrew while painting a self-portrait. I imagine you must be judging my French. my brushstrokes. I imagine that you are indulgent, as anyone must be, who submits to listen so dedicatedly, at such length, as a 30-year-old woman talks about the tragedy of being a teenager. I imagine you possess an above-average tolerance for trifles and trauma, but that you'd like me to get to some sort of point. I imagine you imagine this performance might end with me levitating. I see you scan the beams of the convention center for a glint of light off the fishing wire that will betray my trick. They always say an honest person doesn't have to convince you that they aren't lying. But sincerely, I'm not lying to you. When I float at the end of this, it will really happen.
The poem is called Collection Agency. The disappearance of women should be interpreted not only as giving up the fight against the violence of the world, but also as a clear rejection. There is an expression in Italian whose double meaning is untranslatable. Io non ci sto. Literally, it means, I'm not here, in this place, before what you're suggesting. Elena Ferrante. Collection Agency. My writing as useless or as useless as thought, as a headdress, a sharp engulfment collapsing into a stream, the doors open to the rain. Being stone, what bursts forth is interference. What bursts forth is a festival of betrayal. Being stone, I make it tell the body prophet. And this is a text message. Oh, never too angry and bitter. I did not come to poetry in order. I did not come to poetry in order to talk. I came to speak, to accept the labor of speaking, to talk. I came to speak, to accept the labor of speaking. The intensity of the reader, writing as a wound, a guest, a thief in the wound, in the wreckage. Feminization of the problem of lived time, Myung-Mi Kim. I have a new habit when I talk, not when I speak. I have a new habit of asking for verification, an intensity of verification. I ask for reassurance that what's taken place was real, is real, that I did not imagine it. Worse, that I imagined something happened, totally void of the pleasure of imagining. What is it to imagine when there has been an attempt to take the possibility of dreaming from you, from other bodies, to imagine something happened, totally void of the pleasure of imagining, is to realize the potential for a festival of betrayal blooming from within, to feel the possibility of dreaming leave you. Did it happen? The dark, like you, is covered in flowers. The dark did record it as that. I leave work to go somewhere else. I leave work where my body is told to hold it and hold it and hold it. I leave work as the girl possessed and eating an orange. I leave work in June, having spent 2 years working for a body that won't be accountable, won't apologize, or acknowledge his life isn't worth more than others. He excuses himself uncontrollably. I have a new habit when I think of reminding myself that he won't be accountable, won't apologize, or acknowledge his life isn't worth more than others. I have other evidence, but I refuse to enter it here. Ella Longpre. The cure is not magical, a form of research and a threat. It changes the poem for me. Citation, narrative, a physical means for me. I'll write a hymn again. I'll write a hymn again. I have other evidence, but I refuse to enter it here. I did not come here to talk. I came here to speak. As the undying, I came here to speak. I have no singing voice, but I am singing very particular phrases while I'm writing. I came here to speak. As the dead, I often have sung thoughts that can only occur as the undying. I am talking to others who haven't been listened to, and I am finding this form does not account for our conversation. The personal essay requires a set of coping behaviors that ultimately impose their dysfunction on the form. Last month, I tried to write a lyric essay on abortion and ended up with a collection of vignettes in which women give each other fruit. Ella Longpre. I tried to write a poem and ended up giving each other fruit. A poem. I tried to write a poem and ended up giving each other fruit. I came here to speak to others, to create space, to create a density of failure, to create space or a density of failure with or alongside others who haven't been listened to, the undying, the unquotable, the unstoppable watch. I can't be trusted. I am finding this form does not account for our conversation, the unspeakable watch. I came here to accept the labor of speaking, of listening to the dead, to accept the labor of giving each other fruit. The only quote there is the one that grows. The poems I had written were failures, but dense ones. Renee Gladman. I have other evidence, but I refuse to enter it here. I can't enter it, but it did try to take the possibility of dreaming from me. He excuses himself uncontrollably. I fucking hate secrets. I think this is the part where I address it, where I include a clear and finite date in time. What can I say? What can you say? I can't be recommended. I can't be trusted. What can I say except that reality is between us, my story, my narrative. I can share it. I can't. Sometimes a memory is a tremor of resentment. He excuses himself uncontrollably. I change careers. It seems like I disappear. Poetry. I'm not here in this place before what you're suggesting. I am finding this form. Narrative does not account for our conversation. Narrative, I make it tell the body prophet. What bursts forth is interference. What bursts forth is a festival of betrayal. I did not come to poetry in order, and I did not fucking disappear. The disappearance of women should be interpreted not only as giving up the fight against the violence of the world, but also as a clear rejection. There is an expression in Italian whose double meaning is untranslatable. Io non ci sto. Literally, it means I'm not here in this place before what you're suggesting. Elena Ferrante. Collection agency. The intensity of the reader, writing as a wound, a guest, a thief in the wound, in the wreckage. Feminization of the problem of lived time, Myung-Mi Kim. Does this book adhere to a surface? It doesn't adhere to a surface. Am I even a poet? It pours down. A rough form of pollen slips against your cheek. I think I'm a sick woman because I burn my cheek, because I abolish the line. It goes private. Dear L, there are textures that sit behind the world. I'm about to form what I've said before, what I've never been able to say. Before I form, I touch. A poem. touch that is real and not. I thought this would be like an essay, but in my life, I've never written prose. I thought this writing or this poem or this length would adhere to a surface, but my life, it comes and goes. It comes and goes. It pours down. A poem. Seeing this envelope with what was left of the house. My fear is that the book doesn't end. Or maybe this poem will just be long. Like I have always believed in length. I don't believe we let length speak, and thus a poem. Their prints in the sand are more beautiful than ours. Their prints in the sand, more than ours. What the fuck is a prophecy? I wanted to write an essay that listens for space here, or not. Your thinking and mine. Anger, a wound takes a shape, a form that isn't recitation, endless, just changing. My life, it comes and goes. It comes and goes. I want it to happen here, or not. A shape, a painting. No one had taught me how to write. I wanted to write an essay, pain things, an explanation. I wanted to write an essay, brutal and green, but I have created a poem, a song. I have created a poem, a song. I have no singing voice, but I sing. The spectrum is at work too. A poem. There is no word for beauty. My art is the way I establish a bond that ties me to the entire universe. Here I became too many things. Anna Mendieta. Question. What is poetry? Why do you write it? A. I am not the person I was when this book was my beginning. I thought I would describe change, this person, as having been my choice, a consequence of time, of having spent time here, writing. Who is a consequence? What is a consequence? I thought I would describe my fear that the book doesn't end as joy, because that is the type of writer I am. That is the type of life I am. I read pink flowers with no word for beauty. I am not the person I was when this book was my beginning, and I did not have a choice. He excuses himself uncontrollably. I read pink flowers. I read Cecilia Bacuna and thought it collects, seen and unseen, a poem, a secret. How is a citation, something you've never read, a thing you are reading? This writing is private. This writing is public. It is a cave. It is a petty grove. It is a wish, the inexpressible. I have a new habit when I think. It is not forgiveness. It is a wish, the inexpressible. I have a new habit of reminding myself that he won't be accountable, won't apologize, or acknowledge his life isn't worth more than others. I read pink flowers with no word for beauty and recognize it's fucking freeing to the point of grief. Pink flowers, a red gladiolus. Is it a peel? Doesn't it peel? Now that I have this new habit, I think I feel some relief, a note, a long pause, length. It is color, but it is also fur, unraveling and arranged. It needed a fire to release. I burned some salt and alcohol in the backyard and scratched the dog's head. The relief, however, reveals something like the unstoppable, unbearable watch, the unstoppable, unbearable wound, a form, unspeakable, unstoppable. Which is it? I've written it incorrectly so many times now. It has no name. There is a wound that is unstoppable, unbearable, because I cannot refuse to be here before what it is saying, what it cannot say, I do live with this person, these notes. I am now. But what is it to imagine? What is it to write when there has been an attempt to take the possibility of dreaming from you, from other bodies, to feel the possibility of poetry leave you, to know he excuses himself uncontrollably? I did not imagine it, but I ask myself, this person, these notes I live with or am now, if I imagined what happened, I ask this, my life, these notes, I repeat it, my life, these notes, and the question, I recite it until I fall apart when it seems like the answer might be yes. To feel that you may have imagined something happened, totally void of the pleasure of imagining. To feel the possibility of poetry leave you. To know he excuses himself uncontrollably. The sky is a fisherman. The sky is a hook. The sky is a citation of melting grief. The sky is wildly inappropriate. The sky is a citation of roses, a little black stage, unmetrical and fragrant, very salt winds, very clouded sentences. Io non si sto. Literally, it means I'm not here in this place before what you're suggesting, says Ailina Ferrante in The Kingdom of Touching, Nourishment, Survival, Extinction, Bold Smell, says Ailina Ferrante in The Kingdom of Audre Lorde, in The Kingdom of the Audre Lorde Questionnaire to Oneself. I think, again, of the Blood Barn. I think trying to understand how the Blood Barn, even appear, a terrible exposure of flesh, the initiating, implicating mark of an uncontrollable narrative. I have been writing my disappearances, a terrible exposure of flesh. I am deliberately writing the transcriptions from inside me, the initiating, implicating mark of an uncontrollable narrative, a bouquet of tulips, trailing rose-like clusters. I have known this book since I was young, and this sentence, something about this writing is traitorous to all narratives that continue to be projected upon it. If I write, do I reappear? If I write, do I refuse to disappear? Or do I refuse to reappear? I think putting my hand or the center of a flower on pain. To feel the possibility of poetry leave you, to disappear before such a possibility, to reappear elsewhere. It is not forgiveness. I am the wish, the inexpressible, the one with violets on her lap goes astray. I have never been comforted by a poem. A poem. To write a poem. I have never been comforted by a poem. I am writing with fear. I am not. Is it the first time I am weak and livid, unstoppable, unbearable, unstoppable, unspeakable? Is it a pair of cupped hands, a layer of text, sliced or draped? My answer is my thought. My thought is a poem. The answer is I did not come to poetry in order. The answer, grief. I have never been comforted by a poem because there is no word for beauty. I have never been comforted by a poem because ye underestimated it. The flashes that cover the lawn don't shelter. I have decimation. I mean, I worship, cannot believe this is happening. Gosku Kunak. The sculpture was carted off. Richard Serra requested that the relationship continues. The other couldn't bear to see any remains. The dancer used the power of cutting a rhythm. They cracked open time, a dimension where no one could tackle. How will I heal? How does public art intervene in our lives? How does public art affect movement? The dancer used the power of cutting a rhythm. The other couldn't bear to see any remains. cracking open time, a dimension where no one could watch, and yet I do. While this book was becoming, I entered a wordless state. I entered again. It is still painful and intimate, still wordless though. No, I won't survive this way. No, I won't repeat language this way, because I do intend to word it, to arm her. I came to poetry to speak. A whole orchard in bloom. I wait for it and I look it. Go ahead and tell me how easy it is to say it. A poem, a story, a reading, a bloom intervenes. Yes, I continue. The poem, the story, the reading, the bloom intervenes. Which is it? Cracking open time, a dimension where no one could watch. And yet I've written it incorrectly so many times now. It has no name. It has no name for beauty. I wait for it and I look it. Pink flowers. Myself. I desire a prose. B. What is poetry and why do you write it? The devil inside me, the flower inside me. That's it.
My parents immigrated to the United States from Poland through the diversity visa lottery in 1994, a year after I was born. Because they hadn't acquired a place to live, a car, or a job, they deemed it necessary to handle matters alone. Their heightened sense of responsibility as immigrants from a reduced country influenced their decision to leave me behind. Consequently, as they set off for America with 2 suitcases each and a lack of livable language, I encroached on my grandparents' privacies. For 6 years, I replaced my mother as my grandmother's child, becoming the subject of her gatherings and letters. Because my parents hadn't taken me with them initially, their only choice was to file an I-130 petition for alien relative form, thinking it would take a couple months to process, which perfectly matched their timeline for settling into factory jobs in a Chicago basement. The petition filed in 1994 finally processed in 1999, falling victim to an incessant backlog of I-130 applications, the number of them far exceeding the number of visas allotted in a given year. I entered the skyscrape geography 5 years late, a month before starting the first grade. In Stigmata, Escaping Texts, Helene Cixous says, "One must enter the labyrinth of a text with a thread, not unlike the spool of red I received in Sunday school as a child, the one metaphorically attached to Jesus at one end. I fell hard into America, leaving behind a thread that has over the years pulled and knotted in the space between my past and present self. Similarly, when readers tie a loop around their waist and jump in, they cause the affixed gas station nozzle to pee, puke, cum, cry, spill on their shoes, into their tanks, their capacity to go. Readers confirm stories based on their chosen imaginations. They are the biggest influence when it comes to what comes. The thread that electrifies these pages receives its volty and ampy, cute synonyms for scientific words from a migration that started at birth yet didn't transport my physical body. Everyone knew I was in the process of leaving and felt at liberty to discuss my new home. During a religion class in kindergarten, the priest compared my upcoming journey to those undertaken in the Bible. Will you forget? Sails unfurled over the open sea. My extended family and I lived in a leaving economy. A tiny farm town a couple hours south of Kraków, next door to one another like ducks in a row. Except we didn't have our ducks in a row. My grandparents owned one of 4 cars in town, purchased with my grandfather's cleaning up after the Vietnam War, meaning with a blast that invalidated his ability to hear in one ear. Day after day, he drove women in labor to a hospital occupied by doctors who cared for their patients only when paid extra under the table, and back to a secular cloister fit only for inland mermaids. Family structure standardized. Wife tended to the home, and husband worked abroad for months at a time, visiting only to bring back meager pay and a dose of his sperm, funding another child to tend. Although the number of families who emigrate as a unit has grown, back then my parents were an anomaly, or 2/3 an anomaly. In a common physics analogy involving water, current means flow, and voltage means pressure. Here the thread flows through a comforting muchness, looking to guide, but also pressure. Familial memory governing a country never in its own hands. Polishing regards Poland in the same way italics regard Italy. Barely. The colors vary, and I begin. Holy literature, noun. Written by half-breeds whose parents are different countries. People with holes in their breeding is literature that's not safe from the wind. Society forces half-breeds to patch up their holes, Americanize their breeding, especially in the telling of stories. Yet birds do not adapt their song to location, as chirpy and off-tune as it may be. Half-breeds write their forces, stories, holes, change their stories from off-tune holes. Literature forces song on location, off-tune by off-breed who tells its holes. Except in migration, many songs go unsung. A doll, a letter, a coat, some money, a letter, some winter, letter, boots. My parents send my grandmother a letter. She sends them letters of the alphabet they forgot. English doesn't parallel their absurd physical choreogeography. They send them back, having no use for letters. On my 18th birthday, they hand them over in a faded brown envelope. Here is the childhood we experienced. Loved children, how does time take 2 months to finish kissing you at the airport? I don't take walks anymore. I don't have the time. Even when your father watches her, even when your brother, I don't attach to destinations. Give to you and your brother. He returned from Germany on Saturday. Your daughter gave him a big kiss and called him New. You see how it is. Children, I try my best to be a parent, but please let me know if you have any recommendations as to what I should give her or how I should act. She's thinning into quite the graceful child, yet slimming her further might take some time kissing, as I don't want her to starve. We're in the city often, can buy all kinds of fruit, but her mood risks for a banana, and other times she says nietzsche. Oftentimes she uses this nietzsche. Listen, I purchase whatever I think she'll eat. A piece of chocolate, not too much, but however much fruit, and juices blended with old boiled water. Your money holds strong, so don't send any dollars as long as she's healthy. She handles the road well, points out the window until someone finally answers cow, or that's a dog with all the cows and all the dogs. R left for Germany, called a week later complaining about the conditions and pay. I helped Kay sort product for 3 hours and found a winter overcoat. For her, I gathered what fell in my hands, but they really didn't have much for children. To sum up the family visits, everyone thinks she's a well-behaved, smart, pretty girl, but you know that, and besides, your father has always called his granddaughter Nai. Sincerely, W. I don't want to strip you of your mother tongue, just around your tongue, because I worry you'll pass your grandmother's writing. Make language, mother, linear. Grandmother, do you sound like a terminal illness? Sometimes it's fun to joke. Dai mi loda means both give me ice cream and give me a blowjob, but other times I want to stay in my woods, in my single meaning of wood, which is hard when I know two languages to quadruple meaning. And people say, let in only one language, a trench code to the floor. Grandmother, do you sound like a terminus, either end of a railroad line? Your daughters find safety in movement. On October 3rd, 2016, tens of thousands of men and women boycotted work and school to protest the latest Stop Abortion bill. The bill was proposed by Poland's ruling Law and Justice Party to further restrict the country's already harsh abortion laws. Streets and cities across Poland, including Warsaw, Kraków, and Wrocław, filled with black. From clothing, umbrellas, signs, and smoke. Surprised by the unprecedented size of the crowd and echo protests in Brussels, Berlin, and London, lawmakers backtracked. Parliament rejected the proposal. Another black protest happened in 2018 when the party came out with a revised version of the bill. Czerń. All Polish colors are entities, adjectives but also nouns. Their job, like a human has a job, is to describe objects. Czarny chair, czarny tail, but they themselves are entities, czerń. English is deficient in colors with a soul. They become redness, pinkness, or yellowness, which no one ever says. Why did English makers stop at ness? They weren't able to imagine anything better to name the noun, not even an amputated version of the adjective, like pin for pink or yell for yellow. In Polish, różowy, pink, an adjective and a noun, also becomes róż, pinkness, a noun. That's why in Poland, the black protest is less a protest where people wear black and more an entity, blackness, that wafts into the tenant. If 10 women wear a black dress, they're equally important. If 10 women wear a red dress, they blend in. You learn this on The Bachelor. To try to understand, you listen to the heart of a television and that of a vagina, red and porch-like. When the screen is black, the news is the same. Viewers consider it of equal importance. If vaginas, however, looked and felt the same, what if women had the ability to choose their vaginas based on what felt good and impressed sexual partners? They don't like wearing the same dress, so imagine the horror if they chose the same vagina. Quote, sexuality is not the most intractable element in power relations, but rather one of those endowed with the greatest instrumentality, useful for the greatest number of maneuvers, and capable of serving as a point of support, as a linchpin for the most varied strategies. End quote. Michel Foucault, The History of Sexuality. Except how they use those same vaginas, those instruments, would still differ wildly. Let's try a different analogy. Gloomy weather, something flying over something else, shadows sneaking in before true nightfall. Your grandfather paces to the end of the driveway and back again, on the lookout for thievery by the sky. He's more afraid of storms that come from the west, hills there, and then suddenly a red streak of light, or something else red, unexpected, like blood and stool, shrieks in front of his vision. Shock, a call to the police, a doctor maybe. There isn't supposed to be red in a storm, or, for that matter, a mushroom. Black already blends in. Red is meant to stand out. Too much red blends in. A lot of black stands out. Colors are not transitive verbs used with object. Perhaps then, black doesn't need ness to have a soul, and the prerequisite for soul is to not come before an object. Blue is like black in that there's strength in quantity. You write in an entirely blue room in a medical school, and you're not kidding about the floor and the chairs and the cubicles and the walls and the light waffles. You cannot open your kettle because it's too not blue. You because you're not conforming blue. Roller coaster blue, the color a container for stress. Not many things are naturally blue except, of course, the sky, the water, the hottest part of fire. As a result, English makers, when they got to the blueberry, decided to highlight blue, even though the blueberry is only truly blue when you squint at a freshly picked basket in energetic sunlight. In Polish, blueberry is jagoda, or borówka, a regional difference, neither of which index the color blue. By this logic, the black protests emphasize the scarcity of the color black in politics. Not enough anarchism. Conceivably, the protesters were black for silence, because silence creates new surfaces for reconditioning. And you are the one brainstorming hypotheses about the map of creation, as if the black were an abstract memorial constructed by a sly architect. Or they wear black for bold, like a mole springing up somewhere unwanted in one of the body's many meadows. The mole is bold, goes where many tattoos do not dare go. It directs many gazes to it, gazes that revere its bravery, but work to move it slightly off-center to better fit the eye. As with vaginas, there's a dressing room for this too. People try the protesters on, and they try them off. Does squinting at a single blade of grass on a table illuminate more about grass than watching it grow outside? Your grandmother asks you to cut the grass before you leave the country, but you forget. This illuminates more about guilt, which you'll get to later. Black, the idea of it, has to first form in someone's mind. One person's. Unless two people think of it simultaneously. Chimneys, ones that stare at each other, must think alike in black. Hey, what about black? No, too city. We don't want to scare the villagers. Even people who come up with colors for a protest must face rejection, you think. Less than chimneys, though. No one likes a chimney. But there's no need to be scared. Everyone knows just as little as you do. How air travels without a passport. And some animals aren't all that intuitive. Take, for example, a cat that will not pass through a hole when the flop is down, even if you drive its head through it to show it the way. No entrance, blacked out, end of story. Does sexuality lead to fertility? Evolutionarily, the more sexual a woman is, the more chances she has to get pregnant. So shouldn't we admire high doses of sexuality? You learn a lot on The Bachelor. But having a chance at showing off one's fertility doesn't match actually being fertile. Just like having a chance at showing off one's dance moves doesn't necessarily prove one's talent for dance. Next. Black packaging is for sleek packaging. Black clouds are for bad clouds. Asphalt absorbs radiation and emits it as heat due to a low albedo. While it may sound like libido, the Latin root is albus, as albumin, the white of an egg. So you agree with the first part. When women are made to absorb too much toxicity, they emit fire. But it's not because of a low albedo. You stumble upon a blog titled The Barren Years. Its author talks about getting to the point in her infertility where she has started to speculate whether the color of her underwear affects her chances to conceive. The comments on the post chronicle many experiments with colored undergarments. Someone asks if plaid works. Black doesn't make the cut. If it were up to you, the most fertile color would be blackberry. Such a supple color, grasping sunshine in fists. Grows into late summer when the world releases an egg and welcomes you to vacation in its heightened basal body temperature. When lightning strikes, because what first comes to mind is something phallic, the blackberries sing a tune. Even the young ones that look like brains wish the rain luck. A few months later, a natural spring of blood drips, drips. You wish your period came in snow. Pre-morning, a sting swimming between your ribs. You can bait it with a single thought, a thought that acts, that laments the passing of time. You have been pre-mourning your grandparents ever since your grandmother nonchalantly asked whether you wanted to see their reserved graves, as if what they reserved were seats for a flight across the Atlantic. Did they choose the window, plot with a view, or the aisle for accessibility? Definitely not the middle. Middle one only during sleepovers when you were little, as a guaranteed safety from supposed intruders. At the time, you reviled the morbid question, but recently went looking for the plots yourself. Maybe seeing them in person would plant them in the past, even temporarily, or rather lurch them far into the future. You did this on the off chance the surreal couldn't be real. In the end, they stayed put. You go to Europe for a year to be closer to them. Your unemotional cousin, who lives in Germany, a more conveniently traversed distance away, but is on a stint in California working as an au pair, texts you when you're with them. How are they? She asks. But how's their health? Your mother staggers for the phone whenever she dreams about them, assuming her dreams are winning lottery numbers clicking into place. You leave, not knowing what the reasons will be behind your next arrival. The protesters pre-mourn. You have not yet taken to wearing black because, unlike the protesters, you pre-mourn specific people. A uniform color would target them. This reason, yes, fits like a glove, all the while missing the hand.
Objects at that time were translucent, held in suspension. The street lamps shed a faint light into the room. Light is the natural agent that stimulates sight and makes things visible. Anxiety arises from having all paths, and thus no path, open before one. A colony of ants behaves like a single organism. Word order is an elusive presence, a residual signal. Dog tonguing water from an aluminium bowl. A dramatic increase in neuron firing has been recorded. Physical withdrawal symptoms have triggered overstimulation of the autonomic nervous system. In order to draw a boundary, one has to operate on both sides of this threshold. Such an individual must be considered unfortunate. The witness added that she did not believe she had been conversing with a particularly noteworthy spirit. Silver point, that's right. On paper primed with a film of powdered bone, creating a fine indelible line composed of metal particles. I remember your face, but never a name. To be removed. A skeletal frame into which compartments are fitted. One fly-blown mirror and a moth-eaten silk partition. Another object was named after the bell shape of early prototypes. It was some occasion, this. Remote sulphur mine, a cabin in the forest, the bloody hair-matted mall, an abandoned sawmill, makeshift and ramshackle. A chain of logs courses slowly downriver, grinding at the pack ice. The chorus shrieks while heaving at the capstan. As in all acts of translation, an erosion is already taking place. A pyre of timber is stacked for the incineration. From one perspective, this is an archive of neurological disaster. He justifies himself by arguing that any error is an achievement in itself. Part of the alchemy is the sudden shift in key, whereby impulses received at synapses are transmitted along the branched extension of a nerve. How would I have felt if this had happened to me? You're not sure whether you are reading or being written. He scrambles through the cobbled streets. All other sensations are shocked out of existence. The dynamic of crisis-catharsis is repeated throughout. A spiral or vortex, a circular pattern of currents in an ocean trench. Interesting, futile. I set out at a loss. It was a Thursday. That constant hissing in my ear. We were limited to things. The crux here lies in a steadfast refusal to take place. Origin is misuse. A subatomic particle has no integrity, is, quote, incorrigible. I'm here following the statistical description given by an eyewitness. In a shop window had been placed a battered musical instrument, one bag of ash, a pack of dog-eared taro, a volcano-shaped lump of fluorescent plastic, string and wire, along with fuses and electrical triggers of unspecified use. I am refusing to make any decisions today. A disease resulting from these acts was summoned. Grandiloquent names have been timetabled. You are quite catastrophic, etc. A colourless material comprises the living part of any cell. One psychiatric report confirmed the subject's adamantine fragility. There was no going back. Research indicates that some organisms may retain memory within bodily tissue. I thought your moniker sounded familiar. Bystanders gambled on the outcome as we slit open the ink sacs one by one. It's funny you should ask that question, he said, scalpel in clenched fist. The novel is set around two people who share a tragic past. A track of scar tissue runs the length of the sternum. Her entrance into the room mirrored a dream of several nights before. Aviator goggles, flecks of foam rimming the lips, the raised pistol, a white secretion oozing from her vagina, the supermarket trolley abandoned to an oily canal. The judge affirmed that her statement claiming the defendant had once toiled as an assassin would have to be taken into consideration. I once possessed a hollow metal object in the shape of a deep inverted cup widening at the lip. This sounded a clear note when struck, a musical account of the last human on earth. Someone stole it. It has become apparent that light consists of energy quanta called photons, which behave somewhat like waves and somewhat like particles. Nonetheless, it is very quiet today hereabouts. When the location of the seizures is pinpointed, any affected organs will be removed and destroyed. Such is the agony of foreknowledge when combined with an inability to alter the future. Crisis apparition. What time are you leaving? Catachresis is incorrect usage of a word, its function indeterminate, a tool or agent blindly devoted to an adversary's destruction. Literally, a soul of mud, atrophy of the muscles, a tongue in the larval state, gill flaps twitching. See, he is already working within a tripartite structure. Skin feels amphibian. To the abdomen, same impression. Ground has been lost. Wearing the mutinous cockade today would not be savvy, could even prove fatal. Overawed by such assaults as these, the envoys resigned en masse. Stale bread, smooth stones, and a circuit board have been crammed into my pockets. Contraction is a term used to explain the doctrine that began. I must forewarn you. My circus training has been rigorous. I reach out and touch, connect, and the voltmeter twitches. I recall this morning the leg of a spider afloat in the communal shower. By the summer, there was hardship and the threat of disaster. But the prolonged absence of a thing unspecified persists. That mound we are passing was long ago a hill fort, a natural temple and omphalos. Its position led pilgrims down the dorsal spine and hogback of the south. I can scarcely keep up with these infinite varieties of loss. The disembodied voice, parental ash and so forth. For years now I have been trading on the orbital, where mouths on stalks, dowse and quiver. The streets are about so wide. Parts hands to demonstrate. In vertebrates, there may be up to 4 chambers, with 2 atria and 2 ventricles, a lung of clay, let the dry land appear, etc. The completed shape is a trapezoid, a vast rectangle with sloping upper edge. Clouds descend to fill the vacuum. Sky full of smoke, water falling in droplets as snails crush underfoot. There was once a machine, he claims, that could manufacture flammable gas by splitting up the hydrogen and oxygen into precisely required parts. Now he says he has gangrene and cysts all over his torso. I have an exposed vertebra at the top of my spine, a gleaming white nub that signals neglect. We're both busy comparing atrocities, irredeemable in our virtue. Acid rain sanitizes the surface. Apologies are withheld. I'm so excited about nothing. Shell tooth. Lip split. Itchy phantom limb. In my spare time, I am dedicated to inertia. In my spare time, I am digging a cellar beneath the compound, a storage unit for stockpiled quicklime and nerve agent. Informal social gatherings have been disfigured by ritualized crawling. The whole industry has collapsed. I'm about in the middle of a life sentence. He then conveyed in a whisper the exact moment when our termination was to take place. In the midst of this schism, in the concert of opinion, to hear his simple language was a blessing.
večer. Já tady vítám Vítka Janotu, který mě doprovodí. It's a pleasure to be here. This is Vít Janota, who will be playing from... Já myslím, že jo. Myslím, že to už je. Je ten mikrofon? Jo, už jo. Pod není. Nad leží hlína, zem, nasáklá a plná kamení. Těžký hnědý dort s úzkými norami, cizími průhlednými mláďaty s viditelnými orgány. Vedle nich smrtvolami v tlejícím dřevě. Vše protkané záhadným, obludně inteligentním myceliem. Se stopami zvěře, překrytými dalšími stopami zvěře. S neslyšenými zvuky pukajících vajec, praskajících skořápek a trhajících se kokonů, vyžíraných zevnitř. Sprťavci, zmenšeninami dospělců, čistými a ve světlých barvách, bez rejstříku a se záznamy minulosti, s cáry igelitových pytlů a sálajícím jádrem. Rýb nulžící zasunu prst, spatřím jako na dlani. Ve vrásách oddělené vrstvy staletí, zrazlé meče a kovadliny, hrnce, všechno snažení, podvody, zásadní rozhodnutí, gombíky i zkusy režné nitě, radostné pentle nacucané deštěm a prorostlé vlasovými kořínky. Kameny z výlisky pravěkých rostlin a něžných zavinutců, porody v milosrdném mazlavém blátě, různé smrtě. Tebe, jak řídíš naše staré auto, vidíš rychlost. Myslíš na to své, ale umíš se usmát, když zrovna řeknu něco milého, jako bys mě poslouchal, máš hezký profil. Pohladím ti koleno na plynu a hřbet ruky na hlavě řadící páky, trhneš sebou dvakrát, má ruka pálí na koleni. Sežehuje meniskus. Meniskus hoří a propaluje mi dlaň, už nikdy to nebude dobré. Mám nejtěžší dlaň na světě. Nebude to už dobré. Leží na tom těžká hnědá deka, drtí plíce. Nelze se nadechnout, jen lehnout si tam a přikrýt se jí černozemí. Něco v ní klíčí. Něco vyrůstá do výše. Kořeny se mi opírají o prsa. Někdo na ní právě staví ošklivý dům, klade chladné koleje, boří do ní kolena, aby se pomodlil, močí skrze jehličí. Někdo právě zradil přítele, hloubí jezírko, zahrabává děti ve sklepě. Někdo po ní zhora skáče panáka, kotní koleno, kyčel, břicho, hruď, paže, hlava. Balancuje na mé tváři na levé noze. Panák má obličej rozdělený 2 čarami. Děti jsou jen malí dospělí. Dospělí velké děti, třeba Pavlíkův táta alkoholik, který vyřvává na ulici, kymácí se před nádražím a usnul ve svých výparech na chodbě u koster kočárků. Nebo Pavlík, který si na černo vydělává u nemluvného lakírníka místo hokeje. Je potřeba to tu vybourat a udělat prostor básni. Báseň se zde opatrně projde v lehkých šatech, co noha nohu mine, posadí se na hromadu suti, rozhlédne se po okolí a roztržitě zaloví v kapse. Vytáhne zlatou minci, 2 žaludy a hřeben všiváček. Ovšem rozhoduje první noc. Karel zaspívá, já rád bych vám teď podotknul. Báseň se otřese, ne, tady bydlet nebude. Ztratili jsme staré jistoty, které jsme ani neměli, řekne předsedkyně vlády na Nový rok lidem. Báseň pokývá kučeravou exotickou hlavou, souhlasí. Vyrazí do dospělého města na nákupy, báseň miluje nákupy jako děcko. Prostorem se rozpíná věčná reklama vesmíru na vesmír. Nekonečno hrozivě vyplňuje všechny jeho kouty. Zalézá do mezer, vtéklá do proláklina kráterů, poliká časoprostor, čímž ho rodí. Vesnice míru mává rudým praporem nezbadatelné rozpínavé revoluce. Galaxie dbají svých X. Hvězdokupy, mlhoviny, supernovy spoléhají na bájnou básnivost svých pojmenování. Mnohé světy nevšímavě proplouvají kolem sebe. Některé se netečně ohlédnou přes ramen. Bez ptaní ptáci planet poletují. Univerzum vyhlíží změnu temná, je hmota hmot. Hvězdy se srážejí uprostřed svých záměrů v mohutných výbuších, černé díry zejí. Zemička zanedbatelně malá vykonává nedobrovolné otočky, nikým neviděné. Podřízený měsíc mlčí. Roční období se nějak střídají. Kdykoliv přicházíš do mé mysli, vzněcuje se mi nastydlé srdce rychleji. Jaká je tu atmosféra? Přijde tuleň, had a jasan na novou planetu a ptá se. Co se přehraje v hlavě? V okamžiku pádu střemhlav ze schodiště, dlouhého jak nevěstin závoj? Celý život v rychlé smyčce. Život ve flipbooku, po kterém se jezdí palcem, aby bylo jasné, že skutečně neznamenal nic. Zábradlí v panelovém domě, vyleštěné dětskými zadky. Všechny chyby, které se nemusely stát, protože varování přicházela, okamžiky fatálních zaváhání v nevratných momentech. Prudká selhání v tísňových situacích. Strach, který zabránil hrdinství. Humorné omyly, humorné pro ostatní. Úmrtí a porody a svatby a rozvody ostatních. Ponížení u závěrečné zkoušky. Opakované vyhazovy z prací. Pár vteřin před vlastním vstupem na svět první křik. Ten tenký. A přitom pronikavý, obalený krví. Zklamaná láska k Zuzance, která s takovou lehkostí podnikla úkrok stranou. Nebo ta rozšklebená bačkora s tetinou tváří. Milka, pojď. Je tu pramen v prařezu a pán, co sbírá vraky aut a ukládá je pod jabloně. Kočka, která k tobě poletí a pak tě těsně mine. Krajina mokrá a trochu zlá, jak kdyby sama z hlíny vyhřezla. Krajina, co tě nepřivine ani nezatratí, jen mlčky strpí, snese tě. Milka, pojď. Ohradník varuje, že vlastní. Elektřina vrní, jen ne zatratí. Tebe nepodojí, telen drsně nepřiklekne. Nepostojíš trpělivě. Jsi na maso, co se bourá, jako auto nebo dům. Já jsem tak sám, že je vedle mě pořád volno. Jsem tak sám, že s nikým nemohu prolnout. Jsem tak sám, že je vzduch kolem řídký. Jsem tak sám, až slyším v kabátu nitky. Jsem sám, že bych mohl máchat rukama, však trefil jim prázdnotu. Jsem tak sám, až sebe mohl bych oklamat, že ty jsi tu. Umění od jak živa řeší vše schizofrenii. Selhávání poznávacích a myšlenkových procesů se nabízí jako všelek. Spolu se sníženou schopností vnímat emoce a reagovat na ně, s citovou oploštělostí a rozvolněností souvislého uvažování, se ztrátou motivace a úsudku, analogií, anhedonií, abulií a otupělostí. Je člověk pod ochranným štítem proti světu. Jsou zde jisté nevýhody, jako například potenciální možnost výskytu halucinací, paranoidních bludů a celkové sociální dysfunkce, ale kdo by zde ještě toužil fungovat? Ve zdejší naše skutečnost je silnější než kdejaký blud. Schizofrenie je popsána již v hebrejské Bibli, kde je popisována termínem mešuge, jenž zlidověl. Mešuge je řešení. Řešení je v umění. V pojetí schizofrenie co by řešení je potřeba doporučit statisticky vyšší šanci na schizofrenii za života v městském prostředí, jež prokazatelně zvyšuje riziko, totiž šanci na schizofrenii dvakrát. Rovněž je potřeba zajistit si funkční změny v čelních a spánkových lalocích a hypokampu, které lze snad poptávat u vašeho neurochirurga, jelikož organická příčina tohoto postižení není známa. Je možné, že si homo sapiens jako druh vytvořil tuto ochrannou příležitost samovolně či mimovolně. Rozštěpená mysl a chronické problémy s chováním a emocemi, dlouhodobá nezaměstnanost, chudoba a bezdomovectví jsou vždy řešením. Spolu s frekventním zneužíváním návykových látek a přidruženými onemocněními jistota této družby je 50%. Pojištění řešení zaručuje o 12 až 15 let nižší životnost schizofreniků. Počítaje v to také 5% sebevražednost. Neužívejte risperidon. Nepodléhejte touze po rodinné terapii a kognitivní remediaci. Chcete-li dosít si konečného řešení. Více informací John Nash, Donnie Darko, důkaz. Děkujeme.
Částice i nebeská tělesa rády tančí. Klid bez teček. Zima, teploměr. Emoční karty pro autisty. Týden oslavování závislostí. Den bez mobilu, den bez auta, den bez peněz, den bez dokumentů, den bez sociálních sítí, den bez počítače, den bez sebe. sololit, piškoty, hřebíčky, latě, lepicí pásky, řezáček. Chceš nahoru? Ne. Chceš dolů? Ne. Chceš zůstat? Ne. Průhyb. Rozteč. Co má dělat, jak se má chovat člověk, který přišel o bezstřídní společnost? Dávkování. Oheň, židle. Večer, noc, veřejná bez pozvání, veřejná pro náhodné, kolem jdoucí, praskání v křoví, cyklista, chodec, měsíc v hodinách dokulacení. Nemám jistotu názoru, datům nevěřím, intuice mlčí, chodím vysokou travou, ketaminový pohyb třtiny. Co fetuje tráva? Vítr? Vozík s kamenem, domek pro kočky, obrněné kameny, obrněné kmeny. Sleduji nebe, kdyby měsíc byl elektron, sedím na jádru atomu, jeho pohyb mi připadá pomalý, pohyb molekuly sluneční soustavy, sloučeniny vesmíru. Je viditelný vesmír vnitřek buňky? Zítra 3 věci. Revize, žal, kružítko. problat se kilometry vody, zhoupnout se na hladině, odstartovat do kosmu. Muž podle os hvězda šesticípá, žena pěticípá. Přijdu, až rozliju tuž. V mojí pěšince stopy dveře, stopy zvěře, spárky, závorky. Světlík, vchod, výtah, výduch. Nechť nad jazyky svítí hvězdy cípaté podle počtu písmen svého pojmenování. Nejvíc písmen v tamilštině a křhoštině, nejméně v mongolštině. Od, il, star, veto, hvězda, bentang, nejedny, pak pando, lup, hnub, kvup, kvup, inquequezi. Úžlabí energetické stability. N, E, H, V. Je jaspis lepší než cihla? Svatý Jan se přehlédl. Adam i nebeský Jeruzalém jsou z hlíny. Magie čísel poměrů souvisí s potřebou zjednodušení světa. Potvrzené má blízko k pravidlu. Jedno číslo ale není nadřazeno druhému. Jakýkoliv poměr je posvátný. Zrušit se představou přesného bodu, zakolíkovat a zasít, převrátit, sklopit, dosypat pravé místo, lano, tuš, svíčky. Tak běžné a podstatné, výrok na úrovni výroku rozbřesklo se. Viditelné a neviditelné, úskalí poselství v textech, u kterých záleží na čárce, počtu písmen, jejich pořadí. Při jejich studiu je nezbytné naučit se jazyk, ve kterém vznikly. Měsíci nezasloužím si úplněk.
Ale já můžu mluvit na to, takže v klidu, nechme. Tohle tady. Ten gauč bude nějak potřeba. No, asi po prezentacích to uděláme. To je nejjednodušší. night of the Futurogang Colloquium. We're very glad to be here at Punctum. We would also like to thank the Creas Fund for making this possible. And the second night will continue largely in the same themes addressed yesterday with our guests. The whole colloquium focuses on questions of futurity, imagination, futurism, and the construction of nostalgia in the wider Central Eastern European region. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Adaptive, who is Daniel Hüttler and Janina Weissengruber. After Adaptive will be a presentation by Dustin Breitling, and after that we will continue in the colloquium with all the rest of our invited guests. For any information you would like to know about the featured speakers or about the colloquium, please visit praguemicrofestival.com, where everything is nice and available. So without further ado, Daniel and Janina.
Well, thank you for the invitation. It's working now? Okay. It's blinking. Well, I don't know what's happening, but is it too disturbing? It's super disturbing. What? Here it's not blink. Ah, okay, it's blinking. Wait. Because we prepared a little game for you, and for this you have to look under your chairs.
And please, if there is free chairs, please also look under the free ones, because we hid some cards.
No, this is something else. But so the idea, because our practice is very fluid and we do many different stuffs, we decided to let you choose what you want to hear about. So take your time, like 1 minute to read the card, the ones of you who found one. And if you are interested in hearing more about it, then we can talk about it. And we have a website. A very nice web developer, Mate Janki from Budapest, helped us to make a website, which you can also check out later. But now we would kind of use it if the signal is not as disturbing as it was. It's still disturbing.
But why? Is it because of the plug, or?
It could be the cable now. But I mean, we can also do it as disturbing. It could be part of the. So did you find cards? And now we're trying another cable.
Maybe meanwhile I can already start explaining a bit about what our collective is about in general. So basically it started 2 years ago. We did a reading group that Daniel already did before for a while, and then I joined. And we did it in Vienna in a space called School, organized by Andrea Lumpel-Ecker and Jasmina Haddad, who are both artists. And they're doing it for 10 years now, I think. And there we met every second week to read texts. This will also be a part of the presentation later. And then we started doing conferences too, and yeah, various other projects that kind of emerged out of our work together.
So it's working? It's on the screen. No, it is.
You should have 2 screens and the
No, it's mirroring. It's mirroring. So the cable is stuck. Ah, okay. Now I get it. Wait. Ah, yeah. No. Cool. So, which card did you find that you would like to see? Anyone? Oh, it's still blinking. Fuck. Anyone? Yeah, that's better. And somebody found something. Yeah, AU, you want to read it out?
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, Xenofuturity, Spectres, Anachrony, Conference, Rapture. The leitmotif of the conference is the vocal amalgam of the words rapture and rupture. The symposium took place on the 3rd and 4th of October 2020 in Vienna, with more than 20 theoreticians, artists, philosophers, and cultural workers from Eastern and Central Europe.
Thank you. So, this part, Rapture, was mainly where we met also, or we could come to collaborate closely also with Vít and Kayet and Scholt Miklas Vergi as well, who were in the panel yesterday and are gonna discuss with us also today. In this part, we made this conference like boarding these 3 topics of xenofuturities, anachrony, and specters. So I think this was a very, like, the first big project we did in this sense. It was totally meshed because of the COVID pandemic. So it was tried to get as many theories as we could to Vienna, to introduce them in what we think is a major flaw in the artistic community, as well as the active community of like contemporary theory. Yeah.
Yeah, we postponed it 2 times actually. It should have happened in the frame of the Hungaro-Futurist project, in the frame of the Off Biennale, which was also postponed. Yeah, but still we did it, and it went pretty well. Maybe you can scroll a bit to the participants list so I can read who we invited. We had, for example, Mohamed Salemi, yeah, as already said, Kayet, Scholt,
Also some other people involved in similar projects like Lucia or Contemporary Matters were our peers in Vienna, and Václav Janoschik and Boris Andrejka. Yeah. But next card. This is difficult. Yeah. Also, if you turn the card, you have the description, so you can decide. Yeah.
Eduaptive workshops. In September 2021, Eduaptive organized 3 days of interactive workshops at Nada Lokal in Vienna. These workshops provided a space of collective and practical experimentation, as well as playful modes of connection for its participants.
It was our first try to make an event in Vienna that is more based on trying to create something with a collective or with people together, not only consuming something like theory or books that we did in the reading groups, but also trying to create a story or like yeah, speculations about objects. Yeah, you want to tell about your?
No, just it was I tried to experiment with these other notions of well, building together, doing together, thinking together. Yeah. And this is something that came out of it. Maybe next card, something more that interests you more. Yes?
The adaptive reading group creates a space to foster critical thinking, collective acting, communicating, and discussing otherness. We meet to read together, discuss recent interests, and sometimes have artists, curators, theorists, philosophers, etc. as guests.
So, as Janina mentioned, this was like our start of reading together and doing together. It started in this feminist space called School in Vienna. This is the list of the text we have made. Actually, like last time, we took this publication by Wittes, Transmigrations. And the idea was also to involve the authors of this text to provide kind of like a platform which is more accessible for the readers and to make theory kind of easy to read. And our methodology was to read together there, like really all with our books and reading even like line after line or different.
Yeah, we felt that like for us, we really like this mode of learning together because you synchronize each other to the similar a similar thought, and yeah, you can discuss anytime, and it's a really nice way to learn together. Yeah, because yeah, it's super slow, and yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense also to come into talk with people. And we learned so much. People came up with new texts, so we didn't always curate the text ourselves, but also the people who came did a big part in it, I think.
Yeah. Now, at the beginning, we were trying to do it more like we were preparing for the text, also researching and kind of selecting very specific parts. But after a while, it became into this super improvised, evolving structure. And with the first book, the Sadie Plant Zeros and Ones, we figure out a way to mix the chapters together to make like a chronological mode of reading a book, which was also a very nice experiment. And this kind of stuff is very nice to do in a group, in a bigger group. And sorry for the strobo. I don't know how we were with time, but we counted like 5 cards or something. Some other?
Landscape Reading Group. Adaptive was invented to host 3 reading group sessions organized by the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna as accompanying program for the exhibition The Use of Landscape.
So as said, we were invited to do a reading group program for an exhibition. And this was a different approach, I would say, to the reading group, because we really curated the text together with another friend of ours, with Carla Feldman, and we prepared paragraphs or chapters. So we didn't read a whole book, but we really tried to make a selection of texts that fitted the topic of landscapes. You want to say something to the chapter?
Yeah, I think this is also, we love to play with words and with mixing words and trying to investigate these etymological instances. So we tried to do a dramaturgy through the sessions, which we do in other projects as well. But in this case, we made the chapters of image nation, which could also be image I nation, interventions, which is invention, and inversion, which is inversion, and the inversion. So this is, I think, a good example of like a linear progressive method that we try to present the same topic under different lenses, trying to include as many perspectives as possible to present different versions of the thing. And even the topic of version was a thing, the topic of nation is a thing, which is not explicit but still implicit in different text and conversations.
Yeah. And you can check out the readers also in the website, and you can download them actually. I think it's worth it because they're really nice.
Here, I think this is also a big part, like doing these readings, compilations of texts and compilations of information that we like in a designed way so that it's more appealing, more delicious for people to consume. I mean, it's terrible, but yeah, at the end, it's about it. I mean, reading, it's like eating. So someone else has a card? Yeah?
It's a lot of big words in this one. Okay. It took place in the frame of the Now in Budapest in April 2021. The one-day symposium was connected to the Hunger Futurist project. The Now and hosted contemporary art professionals, and researchers to examine alternative future visions, concepts, and phenomena. Sorry about that.
This was the second edition of the Rupture conference. It's a terrible word that we invented here, like rupture. It's always terrible to spell it. But we found it interesting to open up this notion of rupture to the notion of rapture. If you know what rapture is, it's like the Christian idea that you would be taken to heaven at some point, or your peoples would be taken to heaven at some point. So to play with this space of meaning. Do we have?
No, it's a pity because I found a glitch in the website. I mean, not a glitch, but a fault. Like this is supposed to be the second part, but we will update it. Like the webpage is ready like 10 minutes or something. It was a hustle. But anyhow, in this second version, we totally learned from the first one, and there we really were in Budapest also with the help of Scholt as a moderator as well, and with Balin Szabo, and with another more located focus on the Metabolic Museum of Clementine de Lis and other things. Amanda Pino was also there. It's difficult to do without the slides. And any other one wants to come to stage? Yeah, but I don't know how we are with time. Maybe this is, or anyone you like. That's I mean, it's very difficult to choose. Yeah. I don't know, like maybe.
I mean, the website is online, so you can also check it out later. Yeah. There is, I think, 3 more or something.
Yeah, maybe just on behalf of the next panel, which is about publications and publishing houses, we had also a try and where we'd also published stuff, and we didn't really print it out yet. We're still on it, but it's also an example that we are trying to make also more concrete output in compiling text and having like an amalgam of different approaches to art and theory and something more funny. We're very much about fun and including people. But that's what we do, and that's what we like, I think. And think we can end with this.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Adaptive, Daniel Hutter and Janina Weissengruber. Of course, our guests will be featured in the panel, which is upcoming, but right now, I would like to welcome Dustin Breitling, who's a PhD student attending Masaryk University in Brno. He's also one of the co-founding members of the Diffractions Collective, and we've seen him on the panel yesterday, as well as his film work, so you can revisit that. Once again, everything's on PragueMicrofestival.com, and I think everything's uploaded to YouTube now, so you can really revisit day 1, day 2, and ultimately day 3. Without further ado, Dustin.
All right, thank you. I want to extend my thanks and gratitude to Vít, and also the presentations, and also Daniel and Auto Adaptive. So I don't actually have a presentation. Well, I don't have anything to kind of display and show. Rather, my discussion or presentation or exposition is going to be responding to the colloquium and the idea of self-fulfilling prophecy. And I want to look at or explore the idea of self-fulfilling prophecy, especially in relation to the idea of futurism that's at the basis of also for this conference as well. But rather than speaking about certain genres of futurisms, whether it's Sino-futurism, Hungaro-futurism, Afro-futurism, etc., I want to kind of dive in and investigate into, for example, how financial capitalism itself is a way that is an engine that produces futures or prevents certain futures from coming to occur in a certain way. So what I would be interested in kind of extending, and I'm drawing on this thinker, Robert Meister, who talks about the way that, for example, capitalism, what it does is it produces a grammar of time. And it produces this grammar of time in the sense that it creates value in every action, in every situation, in every moment in relation to an end. And what I mean by an end here is that simply social systems, biogeochemical processes, and also, for example, demographics and geographical conditions are always limiting factors or conditional factors when it comes to any type of emergence of a social system or mode of production in this case. So expanding on this, I see, I'll get to the point about self-fulfilling prophecy, but I see how the way that, the logic of how capitalism is able to sustain itself is by refusing to price and refusing to confront its own demise in this case. And so with looking at this idea of demise, we can kind of see the evolution or the history of capitalism by a broad array of thinkers, whether we think of Adam Smith, David Ricardo, or Karl Marx, Joseph Proudhon, that we're always pointing out that, for example, there is the inherent unsustainability behind the process and the logic of capitalism. And so this idea that there's a logic of unsustainability has also treated capitalism or regarded capitalism as something that would always be a transition in this case. So in kind of the 18th and 19th century, as I stated before, ideally you would get this idea that, for example, with Adam Smith or Malthus and thinking about the problems that, for example, when we're talking about geographical problems or if we're talking about resource problems and population problems, that you're always going to face the possibility that there's a geometrical growth of population and there's also just a linear growth of resources. And you'd also have ideas coming up with Adam Smith that eventually something like capitalism would work towards a steady state, that you would find an equilibrium between resources and also find an equilibrium with the population. So it would go in this kind of internal self-regulating market and strategy and so forth. So this idea of transition also can extend to what we see ideally with, or maybe, I guess, questionably ideally, but also with thinkers like Karl Marx pointing out the fact that eventually these kind of contradictions of capitalism would make it where capitalism is always something that's a transition from something. So in this way, capitalism conceived as a transition from feudalism and the idea that capitalism will transition towards something in this case, and transitioning to something, of course, would be where you have the contradictions of capital arise, and then you have something like a workers' revolution, and this workers' revolution can also extend from the fact that these kind of 19th century notions of capitalism are also bound by the idea that there's particular places, particular hubs, particular choke points where, for example, you can create volatility, or you can create stress, or you can find a way to undermine something such as capitalism. So, for example, we have coal mines and coal mine strikes, or train yard strikes as well. So these are particular places that, in a certain sense, at the time of the 19th century, that would perhaps undermine how the system can kind of circulate goods and circulate obviously money and so forth. But as we see kind of with as we see kind of transitioning into the 20th century and the rise of what I'll talk about a bit more with finance, we can also see how these shifts of site where you would carry out something like sabotage, also is intimately bound with something like resources in this case. So it's also the question of how can capitalism kind of find a way to overcome these geological, biogeochemical constraints, and the demographics, and also populations. And the way that it kind of has come up with that is looking at, for example, what we call these derivative markets in this case. So where, as I was pointing out, or kind of getting back to this idea of self-fulfilling prophecy, then in a sense, capitalism can self-fulfill its own prophecy by never coming to grips to predict its own demise and predict its own end. And how it does this is, or in this kind of age of what we talk about financial capitalism, is we have these types of instruments such as derivatives. So you can think of these things such as derivatives as these insurance policies that we take that when, for example, there's certain types of commodities that are flowing throughout the world, whether it's oil commodities, metal commodities, grains, etc., that we're able to kind of hedge ourselves, or in a certain sense offset the risk of these commodities shooting up in price, because there's the reality still that capital has to face, is because there are those constraints and those conditions. So how, a way of thinking about now capitalism as perpetuating its own the way that it kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, as I was saying before, it never wants to confront and come to its own demise. Rather, what's kind of the most important thing, or kind of the most invaluable way that capitalism can kind of perpetuate that, is we can look at everyday usage of some things like data, big data, also taking how we have mortgages and also loaning our houses out against, for example, the bank as well. And there's there's these ways that with these certain types of commodities or these certain types of assets that we hold, there can always be prediction on them. There always can be prediction as to whether there's going to be increases in prices of them or there's going to be decreases in prices of them. So in this case, what's the most invaluable information right now, or what kind of keeps the whole kind of state of the system of the world or system of the market, is not necessarily what's going to be predicted to happen in the end, because we know that there's an end. We know that there is something that will come to a completion, but it's the most valuable information is to be predicting what's going to be happening next and the movements of what's going to be happening. So different types of positions you take on prices, whether it's certain grains prices going up and certain grain prices going down. And so with this kind of opening up, as I see with kind of financialization, you can see how this might be used for certain questionable purposes of democratization. So for example, if you're a farmer, you may want to get involved in what we call futures contracts. So futures contracts are these types of contracts that you see that basically I try to lock in a certain price if I'm a farmer with my distributor. So I'm concerned that, for example, there might be a terrible harvest next year. So if I'm concerned that there's going to be a terrible harvest next year, I seek out this kind of contract so I know that essentially I will get paid, an exact amount that I reach with this kind of distributor, so I don't have to face huge losses if, for example, the harvest or the season is quite terrible. So kind of looking at and using and kind of understanding how this logic is kind of becoming more and more ubiquitous, that there is the way of thinking about how the future is just a matter about predicting as to what happens next. I'm interested in this kind of concept of what we can call as finance in this way. So finance, you know, slicing the word finance and looking at the word, of course, looking at the prefix there, fin, that there's an end to something, imagining what could be the ways of engineering a different end of the world in this case. And so what I mean by that is seeing something or seeing something like finance being a way of enlightened catastrophe. So I kind of borrow this term from Jean-Pierre Dupuy, who makes this kind of who kind of focuses on this idea about kind of the Jonah paradox. So the Jonah paradox for him is that, for example, you can repent now and give up, you know, for example, these types of sins, and then the prophecy doesn't happen, or you can actually keep to or you don't repent, but the prophecy doesn't happen in this case as well. So he gives this kind of story about with Jonah, is that Jonah was decreed by God to actually go and warn Nineveh. And by warning Nineveh that they needed to give up their wickedness and, in a certain sense, sinfulness, you know, in this way, Jonah was revealed as a false prophet because immediately the people of Nineveh gave up kind of the world of wickedness and gave up the kind of sinfulness, and they escaped, in a certain sense, catastrophe, or they escaped a certain type of self-fulfilling prophecy from occurring in this way. So with this idea that I see now, especially, you know, of course, in the wake of GameStop happening, and we can see, obviously, how, you know, different constellations or different pools and pockets and groups of people perhaps can come together and try to, let's see, you know, position themselves or move themselves against kind of the financial market and actually get money from the market or squeeze kind of profits from the market. How can this kind of be used where, like this idea with finance is that we actually stage against a certain kind of end of the world where capitalism itself refuses to acknowledge in this case. So I think I'll just kind of stop there and then maybe some kind of questions later. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Dustin. Can we get the two mics back on? And okay, wonderful. I'd like to invite the rest of our invited guests. If you could come up, and we will have a seat around a round table and speak in the remaining about 45 minutes on some of the themes which have been addressed today and yesterday. I would once again like to welcome to the stage our featured artists, theorists from yesterday, which is from left to right, Laura Naum and Petr Mogosov-Kajet. We have Rahel Molnar. We have, as we saw today, Janina Weissengruber and Dustin Breitling. On my right is Louis Armand, who is a Prague-based writer, theorist, and also one of the head organizers of the Prague Microfestival. On my left is Zsolt Miklós-Folgy, whose work we saw yesterday, and Daniel Hüttler, whom you saw today. I would very much also like to take this opportunity to thank Object Paradise for taking care of the video feed throughout these 3 days. It was quite an undertaking, yes. And I would also like to thank our sound crew, the third-party branch, who have been taking care of us these 3 days. So thank you very much. And as I said, we will be speaking for about the next 40 minutes. Then there will be a short presentation of some of the featured publishers, whom you can check out in our bookstore over there. Also, some of our invited guests have brought some free material for you to take from the back table, so I sincerely recommend. And after the featured publications, there will be a set by Noemi, so stay with us. It's going to be great. Now, I'd maybe just like to pick up on one thing which Daniel said in his presentation, because it sort of involves many people present here. As we spoke about, there was the Rupture conference, which happened about a year ago, featuring Kajet and Zsolt and Dustin, myself, Louis as well. And Daniel, in this regard, you said that the conference, and I hope I got it right, was trying to resolve a problem in contemporary theory, art, and philosophy. And I didn't quite actually hear what the problem exactly was, so I was wondering whether you could maybe frame this problem for us.
I don't know. It is, yes. I said it in the presentation, no? Like, I don't, I mean, I totally could relate to this thing. I don't remember exactly when I said it, but it was not trying to solve a problem, more trying to, I mean, also the title of the conference was, again, a vocal amalgam of rapture and rupture. And we had also the presentations and then discussion panels, which were the disruptive part, which is also then a mixture of disruption, but we were trying to put this affix to the rapture, and the rapture in the notion of deliverance, of giving yourself up to any vocation or to any direction. And I guess this is what we see a problem, like a uni-vision of anything. Like, we are for multilateral collaborations and cross-disciplinary things, cross-disciplinary panels, experiences and products that transcend this unilateral vision of thought or of action. So I guess this is the problem we recognized, which was, well, I don't know, we just wanted to mix things up a bit and invite people from abroad also to Austria, to Vienna, to show a different, well, Zugang, like a different approach to topics that are global, or at least European, but still very localized in a way.
Thanks very much. I think it's interesting that, and we did mention this yesterday, that we are all speaking, of course, English, and it's a question again of these of this interactivity and interaction among this a fairly internationalist sphere. I think this is why, in a way, we're all here. I want to ask Petra, because yesterday you said a very interesting thing for me, and that was that to speak English is the most artificial of the languages which you speak, and it keeps sort of ringing with me, and I'm wondering if you could maybe elaborate just how you meant that.
Well, now that you say it, it sounds a bit maybe dystopian, but I suppose that it is this kind of performative dimension that we have to put on, to wear on, and in most cases to also reconfigure maybe even our way of thinking according to these presets, to use certain words that have some sort of resonance in some sort of echoes in certain circles, and I think, of course, it may be some sort of an issue of power that English currently, dominates this kind of spectrum of linguistics, and that maybe, I don't know, 100 years ago in the Eastern Europe, it would have been German or French in different countries, and similarly, people or thinkers would have had to do the same thing to change the way they talk or think in order to have their own sort of voice heard. And I think this is it is some sort of a painful, I mean, maybe it's too much, but it is a sort of problematic compromise that we have to make in order to make our voices heard. So I think that's maybe the artificial shell that I was talking about is a bit of an exaggeration, but at the same time you have, and we were talking even today about it, that of course it depends on each of our identities and how we relate and how we make sense of what speaking in English entails. But at the same time, to us personally, it is a form of performing rather than being ourselves.
I really like this connection between artificiality and futurity, as we've been sort of discussing throughout. I'm wondering right now whether the audience has any questions or comments. We are very open. PMF has a long tradition of very round-tabled panels. If nobody at this moment, I would like to ask our invited guests whether they would like to comment on or ask on anything about anything they've seen over the past few days.
May I? I actually wanted to point out two things. First relates to your question that you have addressed to Daniel, and I obviously don't want to, I think I don't have the full answer, but if we formulate it in this problem-solution dichotomy, I would say the problem is the global, and the solution will be to embrace this kind of construction of translocality, where the accentuation of difference is capable, but also not only in the local, but also in the planetary level, or this kind of scale or interscalability of differences can be seen or envisioned. This is something that, for instance, for me personally, kind of interesting. And with regards to, for instance, Dustin's pitch, it made me realize that what I was always been speculating and trying to also somehow formalize in a rather discursive way, and that is that the society itself matters, but matters in the sense that it is actually a matter. It materializes. It embodies in various forms as a matter. I think you were very much nicely pointing this out. The societal is not only an abstraction, but it also always then re-emerges throughout the matter, or to some degree it acts as a matter, or it has this kind of material, aspect always. If we are just talking about like planetary logistics, it's just not the idea of the interconnectedness, but it's also a very like rough material, like fluctuation of goods, ideas, which again rematerialize themselves, etc. And this made me wonder that whether if in that sense, if in this planetary context there is still a place for the various accents of locality, like what does like the locality brings into account when we talk about, for instance, like planetary computation, planetary infrastructures, and so forth, how this affects the locality and how the local then reflects itself in this kind of apparatus.
Any response?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I suppose with kind of looking at the notion of infrastructure, absolutely, I'm interested in that planetary infrastructure aspect too. I mean, I didn't really emphasize this as much, and I kind of tailed off in the end, but as you're pointing out, these kind of localities or aspects of bioregionalism where, in essence, if we do look at the supply chains, we do look at the logistics, we look at our kind of interdependency or our kind of infrastructural unconsciousness in some respects, how that does, in a certain sense, shape cultures, it shapes perceptions, it shapes, certain ways of time and certain kind of expectations of it and so forth. I suppose, kind of looking right now with kind of, or surveying what we could see with certain tendencies to want to strive for kind of alternative economies or alternative ways of configuring or shifting towards that direction. I think that's something I would really like to map out and see with kind of the ideas of futurisms and like Hungaro-futurisms. I mean, I would also ask you in this case too, what do you kind of see as the planetary infrastructural context, or what do you see as Hungaro-futurism kind of reflect or react to that in this case? Because you can talk about, especially now, we have these things such as DAOs emerging as well, and so this idea that you want to eliminate these kind of national characteristics and identities, and you give it over to, for example, machines and programs to be kind of running the operation of where you pool your funds in together, and through pooling your funds in together, that there's this idea of anonymity, but at the same time there's a questionable lack of narrative in this case, and this is what's actually kind of in the crypto space, is there's this kind of question of what is going to be this narrative, this kind of lore, this way that's going to bring us to some type of unifying thread. And this is kind of what I'm working on right now, because I'm part of this Robin Hood DAO, and it's nothing to do with nothing to do with Robin Hood when it came to like the broker Robin Hood, but so kind of using this lore of loot and pirating in this case is something that we can do. What their kind of former project was is that they were going to get like pools of people that you pay a $30 membership, and paying this $30 membership, you get involved in something like a cooperative hedge fund. And so it would be managed by all the people who are kind of in the group. And what the group would do is they would try to design strategies to, for example, look at certain stock prices on like, let's say, the S&P 500, so the 500 largest companies in the world. And based on this, they would try to create an algorithm. And what this algorithm would do is trying to mimic the strategies of the best types of investors that they can see who are making profits off margins or different bid spreads and so forth. And so what they would set up as well is the funds that they would be making from taking movements and positions in the stock market, is they would have like a Robin Hood group where it would go into kind of these internal members where they would have some kind of livelihood, and then it would be half of the 50% of the funds would be going into kind of community-based projects in this case. And so the community-based projects, they would be raising over thousands of euros to be able to give to community spaces as well, to hacker spaces, and also to other types of cooperative spaces. Unfortunately, their parasite algorithm, as they actually referred to it, it broke down. But I see this as somewhat of a model, and I think right now they're transitioning to doing something as a DAO. And so we have to really think about this kind of compelling narrative that you're going to come up with, and you have to think about, there's kind of certain like particularities where people are coming from, whether they're in South America or whether North America or Asia, and also even in Central Europe. And what you see is that kind of myth to come together, and you kind of converge upon something like Robin Hood in this case. So, so I suppose that would be what I can I definitely would like to see that kind of idea about infrastructural narrative is also played out too.
But isn't this exactly hunger futurism? Like, it's an infrastructure narrative for mythopoetic action, no? I mean, this is how I perceive it. And this is like, when you're talking about it, I'm just thinking like, this is, I mean, what this is also, like,
I think that's a good angle towards this whole thing, because okay, let's start this way. Hungara Future is actually not a successful thing in Hungary, within Hungary. It's super funny that I always have this kind of like very positive welcoming of this, or we have in this kind of like trans-regional Eastern European context. And what made me wonder is that it's not about the further perpetuation of this kind of essentialist thinking about nationhood or whatsoever. It's quite the opposite. It's about a kind of a welcoming of inviting other localities to form their own versions of futurities, and then put it into this kind of like, if we take the DAO as a metaphor, these decentralized autonomous organizations, like, let's have a decentralized autonomous organizations of various futurities in our region, this kind of thinking. So Hungara Futurism is rather an invitation, and not so much of a propagandist approach of like an ideology or whatever that has its essentialist core meaning that wants to invade the rest of the world. It's quite the opposite. It's to invite the peripheries to unite.
Well, I find it interesting to speak of blockchain in the context of the art market, with there being sort of a boom of NFTs and NFT-carried art. It seems that the NFT business is currently sort of undergoing a classic sort of art market development. On the other hand, the blockchain as a technology seems to kind of whisper about these potentialities of alternatives, of alternative modes of finance, exchange, and ultimately perhaps community building in a traditional futurist sense. And I'm kind of wondering whether I'm on the ball with this, particularly whether maybe Dustin or Zsolt or anybody else who has experience with NFT art would make the same gamble, in a way, that the blockchain is a technology which sort of harbors a lot of potential, but the question is, I suppose, who actually profits of it, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see decentralization as like a Wunderwaffe itself in this case. I mean, that's the reality. I think this kind of term has been used a bit too promiscuously. I mean, what do we mean by anything being necessarily decentralized in this case? Because I can argue, if you look at our kind of global system, there is always aspects of certain types of corporations or certain types of distributors, supply chains, logistics, also computer servers. There's some sense of there always being something decentralized or not in one specific place in this case, but it's spread across the globe, because in some level you want some sense of redundancy, some sense of resilience that's built into the system to kind of perpetuate and continue the system, especially if it's based on infrastructure in this case. I mean, I mean, I'm not necessarily addressing with the NFT market. I mean, I'm not as familiar with it, even though we were talking about loot the other day, and I was kind of discussing about right now kind of this NFT market that's exploding, where basically what people are doing is, I guess you can call it a type of world building, bottom-up world building, where they actually just write descriptions of certain objects and possessions, whether it's swords, whether it's belts, whether it's wizard capes or wizard hats, whatever it may be. And they sell these descriptions, or these subscriptions, or they basically sell these descriptions, and these descriptions themselves kind of peddle value, and people are basically trying to auction and bid on them. And through their kind of auction and bidding on them, they start creating or generating some type of 2D pixelated art, or they might actually start building some type of just, image that for a lot of people, doesn't seem so appealing. But, for some, this is kind of, how can we imagine something like the blockchain of doing these kind of more or less bottom-up, world-making possibilities that people can come together and build their own mythologies and build their own kind of narratives that, of course, can be perhaps a collage of something where they're coming with their own particular identity, or is it, it can come to something where it's just a world of memification as well. So,
if I may interrupt you, because with Scholti we were also working on a project, and it's called the Hungerofuturist Corona. The Hungerofuturist Corona. So it is a coin. It is not an NFT. It is a token. And I mean, we didn't come as far as we would have liked, because it's more again like a huge idea. But it's still like, I think it is exactly around this topic. Like, the idea would be to create a community-based currency that they exist. I mean, in autonomous communities, or there is even like in Linz, where the Ars Electronica is based, there is a Gibling, and they have kind of concessions with different bars and museums and whatever, where you can pay in Gibling. And the idea is that every year there is a new Gibling, and the Giblings also devaluate. After 7 years they lose their value. So like that's how they cope with the inflation. But our idea was to make a Hungerofuturist crown, a Hungerofuturist Corona, introduce it in the Pannonian Basin to create exactly this community. And the idea would be to make out of every bill an NFT, so a poetic, inspirational Hungerofuturist text, like something that converts you to Hungerofuturism. If you use it, then you are Hungerofuturist, and it's like a secret handshake you give,
But also it has this kind of necro-economic aspect, so that through poetry you can overinflate the Hungarian forint, so that it ends up in the total collapse of the Hungarian economy, and therefore it will then make like a fresh start. So you have like a blank paper, so that you can start building up a new community. So this kind of like self-fulfilling prophecy, or whatever you were talking about, this is precisely like encoded in this idea of this necro-economic endeavor.
Yeah.
We're talking largely about, of course, global or digital superstructures and infrastructures to our finance, and we've adopted a sort of very macro perspective, I guess, which is a standard with futurism. I'm wondering, as a counterpoint, I would like to ask Rahel about her work, which she showed yesterday, the Fabrica Seduction film. You can review it. That's PMF Day 2 on our YouTube channel. And I'd like to ask about the futurity, in a way, of within perhaps affect theory, within our charting of individuality, subjectivity, and the way it can be automated, it can be profited upon, channeled or coerced, and to what degree it might not be. If I understood the film, it's a type of motivational video for sort of self-help dreariness of our post-liberal condition, in a way, and I'm wondering whether that's about right.
Yeah, it's literally the intention was to create literally a mind coach, like the first appearance of a mind coach service, but kind of in a way where, in a naked way, because this culture, as the existing like examples of this on YouTube and Instagram exactly play with these certain elements and like psychological effects and all the evil things that I say or the robot voice say in the video. But we wanted to make one which is clear about its bad intentions, but still like enchanting to fall into this trap, basically. And so yeah, and the idea, yeah, we didn't get so far with this project as we wanted to by now, but as well. But the idea is to actually make this book that was mentioned in the video in basically the same manner, and to create all the elements of this community that exists on YouTube and that publishes, you know, some ebooks, some material that you can actually buy and hypnotize yourself and do the affirmations and meditations and do some more videos. That's the future of it. And in this case, the future is basically this loop of, I mean, it's non-existent, so we are back to this cancelled future, because you are sitting basically in front of a screen in a loop of self-hypnosis. So it's probably we are not so far with it, because it's maybe painful is like a radical word to use, but it's kind of difficult sometimes to work on it, because it has its fun aspect, but it's the main thing is to get into this villain character, which is exhausting. I don't know if I answered.
Absolutely, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the audience? Anyone at all? I find that hard to believe. Are there any reflections from the panelists? Comments, questions?
Maybe. I mean, sorry if I talk too much, because just I wanted to throw into the floor, like, again, this alliances of myths, or this kind of connections that I think it's super important to have these concrete examples what in the Hungarofuturism is the Pannonian Basin, like a geological base of connection that transcends human existence, that it's not, that it exists even without anything else existing on the planet, like living. So in this sense, otherwise, like my connection to Budapest is, I don't know, like the past of the crown or the Count K monarchy, and like something that it's totally constructed, no? So I think for this type of alliances, this geological reflection is super, it's very heavy and a very good starting point. So I'm just thinking like in a Visegrad sense, or even like what could be a possible connection. And we already were talking about the Danube, but this excludes the Czech Republic. So maybe just something to think about. It's a task.
I would maybe like to ask Zsolt in this regard. You mentioned that there's a concept in Moani's work, who is also associated with Hungarofuturism, was published in the Xenotopia magazine, which is available again in the back, that there is this concept of interfuturity, if I'm not mistaken. Interfuturity, and that Yes, yes, and that it largely rests in mapping out a type of topology of the interactions and the diffraction effects of these various futurities overlapping as a type of patchwork. And I'm wondering whether you could maybe elaborate on this concept within perhaps even the conversation we've been having and the geographical region wider of the CEE.
Yeah, so this interfuturity aspect, I think, can be traced back to the essay of Mahan Moalemi, who was also co-editing a German book that came up by Microfestival in 2017, entitled Ethnofuturisms. This is a really nice catalogue of various, futurities or futuristic endeavors that are actually not really, colliding with each other otherwise, because they simply have such different visions. Like, let's say, Xenofuturism and China, this kind of dystopian realism that is unfolding, in front of our very eyes. Or let's say the Gulf futurism, or the whole Gulf region has its completely different take on the monopolization of what the envisioning of future could look like. Or if you talk about the historicity of Afrofuturism and its various forms, to where it unfolded throughout the centuries, has its own trajectory. So nevertheless, what Mahan suggests is this kind of sensibility for the various understanding of futurities that are actually not competing with each other, and not neglecting each other, but they are also capable of being radiating within each other, or like cross-contaminate with each other. And I think this is where the interesting aspect of this relational futurism could start. But talking of the geo-speculative aspect of futurities, for instance, I hope you don't mind, Laura and Petrika, if I share to the audience that we are in the midst of a bargaining, because I always had this problem that, of course, with Trianon we lost 2/3 of our territory, but I think Hungary has still too much space. It should be shrink into a size of Liechtenstein. That would be an optimal, or San Marino. So I was trying to negotiate with Petrika and Laura if they could take the like another half of Hungary, so it would like then being part of Romania, and in return we would just ask for a tunnel that they would pay, obviously, so that there will be a Hungaro-futurist hyperloop towards the Black Sea. We would only need this kind of like entry to the Black Sea. So, okay, of course it's just a joke to some degree, but then there's this kind of training of this geo-speculative or geopoetic envisioning that actually makes a sense on the other hand, because the history of science fiction per se is nothing but this kind of constant training of the geo-speculative capacity of our mind or of imagination. So I don't know if we are agreed on the the details, but it's in making.
Yeah, we're still negotiating, right?
Still negotiating.
George, I think it's only a joke if you still believe in the nation state. But this is something that was said at the beginning that is still echoing with me, and it comes back to what Dustin was talking about, and is partly what he was talking about when you were discussing the historical framework of Marx and the critique of capital, and how capital is never been an indexical term. There's nothing you can point to and actually call capitalism. And this is one of the sort of recurring motifs in theory today about whether capitalism died and has been reincarnated, or is, as you said, is this kind of constant state of transition of some sort. But what keyed me into this was the two things, because that joke about sort of ceding territory and whatnot, of course, happens all the time through the privatization and corporatization of of apparent sovereign territories and the kinds of trade deals that are struck, the Trans-Pacific trade deal, for example, that cedes sovereignty, which is the sacred word in Britain, sovereignty to the market, and the state, or that the instruments of the state, like parliaments and whatnot, can't make decisions that would infringe upon the potential to earn profits in the future, and so on and so forth. And this has brought me back to what you were saying at the beginning about the performative sort of character of speaking English, and sort of the alienation that sort of, and the artificiality of that, and this curious sort of coincidence, historical coincidence of how Marx is talking about capital at a time when capital is still conceived in terms of fixed capital and fixed values, transitioning to something else that was rather inconceivable at the time, and how language is also somehow fixed in that historical moment. We talk about English and we talk about Portuguese, and we don't talk about Brazilian, we don't talk about American or Australian or Jamaican. And the fact is that we still have these terms that seem somehow to be indexical, that points to England as the origin of the English language, and yet when you actually look at it, English has this completely mongrelized, bastardized origin, and its sovereignty has always been in question. And added to that, the process by which it emerged, stripping it of its various sort of grammatical characteristics, so it's the most analytical and hence sort of artificial language. Its history is a little bit like the commodity. It's stripping away of these sort of linkages to territory and sovereignty to produce this free-floating thing that avails itself of this form of global communication, in a sense, without necessarily tying people back to the sense of who owns the discourse, and the sort of the myth that English is the language of some kind of colonial or imperial power is precisely that. It's just a myth, So anyway, that's the joke, perhaps, of the tyranny of the English language.
The joke's on us, it seems. We're slowly getting to the end of the panel. I'd like to once again thank all our invited guests, and I would once again like to bid the audience, if there are any comments or questions to any of the panelists. If not, there's a lot to talk about. Obviously, we've just broached some of these issues and themes and topics, and I'm personally looking forward to unpacking them in the coming months and years and minutes. So, without further ado, I'd like to invite you to the bar, and now we will be screening the videos, promotional videos of our affiliated publishing houses. So stay tuned, and at 9 o'clock we have Noemi with a set. So stay tuned, stay with us. From left to right, I would like to once again wholeheartedly thank our guests, Laura Naum, Petra Mogos, Rahul Molnar, Janina Weissengruber, Dustin Breitling, Louis Armand. My name is Vít Bohal. To my left is Scholt Mixelsvolgi, and Daniel Hitler finishes it off. Thank you very much for staying with us.
Thank you.
The children live in the neighborhoods, the grown-ups live in the meadows.
The children are scared and the grown-ups are evil.
Laughing like donkeys, knee-deep
in swamp water,
slimy rotting leaves. Memory and imagination had grown so intermingled
that it was no longer possible even to claim
a distinction between the two words, let alone to find out what it might mean.
Hello, my name is David Vichnar. Hello, my name is David Vichnar. I manage Echoes Press and co-organize Prague Microfestival. Greetings to you all from the Echoes headquarters here in Prague. As the finale of this year's hybrid edition of PMF, we've put together a 30-minute review and parade of the most up-to-date, most recent production of some of the most interesting independent small presses active at the present moment. So in the next half hour, you'll be treated to a baker's dozen of 13 videos featuring, in a purely alphabetical order, 1111, Alienist, Equus, Expat, Hesterglock, Infinityland, Inside the Castle, and Sweat-Drenched Press. There are two books I've been personally involved with the production of. There's Ryan Madey's Assassin and Peter Bouchelion, A Small Poetics of Revolution, which will be included in the parade you're about to see. But the reason I've invited all these other presses and books to be part of PMF is the belief that these rank among those small presses out there that publish as though it matters, bringing out texts that are challenging and relevant, that bring about a change, making the world a little less dull and awful, one book at a time. You can check out our display of their production at the Micro Book Fair near the entrance door, where some of these books are either given away or sold at a bargain. Hope you enjoy the parade. Please check out the presses and read the books represented therein. Power to literature. Thank you.
The children live in the neighborhoods, the grown-ups live in the meadows.
The children are scared and the grown-ups are evil.
Laughing like donkeys, knee-deep
in swamp water,
slimy rotting leaves. Memory and imagination had grown so intermingled
that it was no longer possible even to claim a distinction
between the two words, let alone to find out what it might mean. The day is hot and long, full of shredded tires,
wordless billboards, birds of prey.
It felt like a sunken town, like one of those towns flooded to make a reservoir. Rats and pigeons roamed the streets,
and trash flew into the old interiors wherever doors were open or missing. He exhaled the last of the old. inhaled the first of the new.
No one but us can be trusted, because we alone have traveled the open road and the high seas, and we have seen what's afoot out there.
We know the full scope of what can happen.
The entirety of America ruined before our eyes.
Here in the towns, lies
Beget lies, and those who appear most blameless
are surely the most corrupt.
Now, history was nothing more than whatever they said it was. Like a burn or a bite,
a snake fang between the knuckles.
The presence of the fundamental nightmare is unmistakable. There is no need for explanation.
No need for explanation now.
There is a darkness more blue than black. There is a hopelessness that swims in the night. There is a hen house and a farmer fighting drink and a wife that leaves and returns and leaves again. There is a fox and there are coyotes. I do not understand, but I know they are all there, somewhere, and I am their creator and somehow created by them. I want to belong. I want to matter. I don't want to blink and cease to be. I know some of you reading this right now are doubtful. Sure, the world is drenched in the doubtful. That's why the good Lord put people like myself on this world, to cure the world of the disease of doubt. To instill in your mind the truth and understanding that you serve a purpose, a higher power. There is reason to all this madness. There is hope in all this despair. Time for your medication, Mr. Paul.
At the mercy of you and your yet what, dark stars, dependent, limited, as I grope my way lyrically, You water my ardour from black nothing to white metal bondage, gaining momentum thanks to a quartered gin and the flat earth's incessant spin. Who wound you up? You are my star, found, the well unplugged, and all three of us heaven ascendants. The world is enough, nothing less. There is nothing less. My roots from the fourth and fifth leg of the magician's table. I've been much worse selves. Pharaoh planets aimed at my cheek. There will be a desert isle. There will be sun. There will be poetry.
The whole hallway smells like blood and shit. There is nobody in the hallway that will help me.
He looks me in the eyes like he loves me.
I split open at the stomach, and all my wetness spills out. My shirt melted into my skin.
Blood pouring a new hole in the side of her head.
I've never seen anything like it before.
Please don't leave me here. They're eating me alive.
You see the inside of his hand.
This is where you want to spend the rest of your life.
When Owen started writing Family Annihilator, it was about Florian writing episodes of his TV show Family Annihilator.
When Owen finished Family Annihilator, he showed Lee, and she said it was perfect.
Well, they rejected Family Annihilator. Evil, he thought, was maybe what Family Annihilator was about, but he was never sure what it was about.
Family Annihilators annihilate families.
Evil, he thought, was maybe what Family Annihilator was about. He thought he was never sure what it was about. Well, they rejected Family Annihilator.
Family Annihilators annihilate families.
Family Annihilator. Family Annihilator. Family Annihilator. Family Annihilator. Family Annihilator. Family Annihilator.
Tide licks the ankles of beach strollers by. The world laps itself clean. Surfers strike with their livelihoods against the waves, absorbed and committed to every movement, and Ash cannot stand to watch someone so certain of themselves, even briefly, so closes his eyes to hear gulls call and other gull squawk responses mock his solitude, his incapability of even creating a relationship of call and response with anyone. In his trembling hands, the prescription seems a chrysalis set to hatch new life. The woman does not look at him until after reading the script. Shaking her head, he thinks she might ask, "How fucked up are you that he would give you this?" He wants to explain the most twisted, the loneliest soul, but she turns and hides between shelves, returns with an orange pill bottle. No pills, no instructions, just another paper slip that reads, username, Paulo Nucel.
Is this an end to torment? To the great cause? To progress? To civilization? To life as we know it? To the gods of Chichen Itza? To the pleasure principle? To knowledge? To your local synthetic chicken franchise, to the Saturday night game, to the future of Martian exploration, to Xanadu, to race, wage, and gender slavery, to free optional extras, to certainty, to ideology, to evolution, to eat all you can lunchtime specials, to literacy, the novel, the book, poetry, to poverty, to property, to patriarchy, to posterity, to perpetuity, to peeled, pre-washed potatoes in plastic vacuum packs. Is this finally the end of the party, of the road, of the line, of us, of innocence, of your favorite TV show, of the big dream, of the revolution, of days in the sun, of your season pass, of beachfront Caribbean tax havens, of the shelf life, of the autumn sale. Is it just the end of the beginning, or really the beginning of the end of the free world of America, of Mickey Mouse, of boredom, of your sentimental academic sense of ending, the categorical end to end all ends, the end at last of the end. The closing act with the 40-foot flag and chamber orchestra, and the monument praising the bigots, and the monument spouting its own virtues, and the monument tipping its hat, and the monument firing blanks at the sunset, and the monument whipping up a frenzy of landfall, and the monument telescoping botany, and the monument collecting data, and the male monument eye on the bikini machine, and Dr. Goldfoot and Vinnie Price topping out the scales, busting their lungs. The last beam in the last eye, the grand finale falling flat, the monumental pillars falling by wayside and building up pressure in the earth's tissue, an undercurrented opening ceremony of no future, the hectoring masses, mass hysteria, the ultimate cash register, rounding down the sum of all zeros to the square of 10. We is accountable. We is hammer and tong. We is mortar and pestle. We is aggregate and cement mixer, just to let the message sink in. Repast and plaster cast of all Mod Con's hyper-modern, self-sustainable microcosm of nothing more. The last train from the pyramid scheme of God Incorporated to spaceship Earth, crash landing on the lone and level museum sands of the end. The end. The end.
Je dis ce que j'ai vu et ce que je crois. Et qui dira que je n'ai pas vu ce que j'ai vu, je lui déchire maintenant la tête. Car je suis une irrémissible brute. Et il en sera ainsi jusqu'à ce que le temps ne soit plus le temps. Ni le ciel, ni l'enfer, s'ils existent, ne peuvent rien contre cette brutalité qu'ils m'ont imposée. Peut-être pour que je les serve. Qui sait ? Ils ne sont pas encore assez fous. Ils ne sont pas assez rués les uns contre les autres. Et d'autant plus furieux, d'autant plus enragés qu'ils sont plus proches et plus familiers. Là où la mère mange ses fils, la puissance mange la puissance. Sans la guerre, pas de stabilité.
unbearable than nature and the treacherous prospect of time. Unlike the cruelty of nature's volatile laws, the judgment delivered upon the meek will be swift and resolute. Nature, as executioner, works in accordance with its elements. Pestilence, famine, volcanic eruptions, tidal waves, and earth convulsions to slaughter thousands and thousands of men. But in a larger sense, it's nothing more than weather conditions. Likewise, the progress of mankind has been slow. It has henceforth been counted in millennia and centuries. Generations upon generations of brave lands and crumbled bones. History's evolution and man-made discoveries have annihilated millions and millions of beings in their wake. Unremarkable, nonetheless. The Great Divider, the all-encompassing inversion of the deceased, degenerate moment times past, will accomplish more than all these lesser efforts in one cataclysmic blow. The Hebrew God parted the Red Sea. The enemies of the Israelites were drowned in an instant. This same God is now rotting underneath the blood of that sea. The cruelty of destruction is revealed. Everything perished. Infinity Land opens. The new being. Then nothing.
Post-apocalypse. Post-everything.
Bala was in the interests of virtualized sex.
Ongoing permanent fantasies of the ultimate abduction scenario.
Anxious for Ayaka to undergo cosmetic vaginoplasty.
How to take JGB hostage.
Despite her 61.7 millimeter dimensions.
Fire a tranquilizer dart at the man as he sits editing a manuscript.
Being unusually tight.
Or imprison him in a shipping container.
And Ayaka emerged as the embodiment.
And have him dispatched across the high seas all the way from Southampton to Cape Town.
Of a racial demographic valued for constrictive penetration.
Administering LSD, feeding him Oreos, and forcing him to watch My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, on repeat until he begs for death.
Hi, I'm Laura Marshall and I'm the other half of Sweat Drenched Press. For me, SDP is something very simple. It's a home and a family for authors that haven't been able to find the right publication house, or they don't fit in with the norms. It's a place to experiment and be free with their creations, and most importantly, it's a place for acceptance. And without the authors that we have, we wouldn't be where we are at Sweat Drenched Press.
Choose life, choose a job, choose a career, choose a family, choose a fucking big transgressive pseudo-memoir, choose experimental automation, man, dimension holes, linear storytelling and electrical tin openers, choose interiors for Mark, low cholesterol and dental insurance, choose speed and flying saucer psychosis, choose the 80s post-punk London novel, choose your friends, choose leisure wear and matching luggage, choose the midnight double feature, choose DIY and wondering who the fuck you are on a Sunday morning, choose the tender atrocities, stuffing the whole fucking system compendium down your throat. Choose to build a house that never ceases. Nothing more than a constant inspiration to the artful, fucked up geniuses you spawn to replace yourself. Choose maximalism. Choose Sweat Drenched Press.
Sweat Drenched Press. SDP is uncertainty. One doesn't know what one is going to get. SDP is, to quote Batal, going to the limits of being what a man is. SDP has something to do with the sea, Brighton, Eastern Long Island, even Stalingrad on the island of Hvar. The vastness of the sea, the infinity, it's all in Sweat Drenched Press.
I've yet to find a literary collaboration that was equal parts easygoing and rewardingly climactic than the one achieved with Laura and Zach at Sweat Drenched Press. In a vocation that is often typified by frustrating impersonality and caustic indifference, their acceptance and enthusiasm for the challenging and the atypical is most welcome and refreshing. N. Cassiopoulou, author of terse Songs of Curtsies.
Assemblaged inside and outside of capitalism, sweat-drenched press functions in an effort to provide opportunity for those who otherwise would be listed and labeled beyond knowledge. This is Tim Lewis signing off. Thank you. Sweat-drenched press. Submit and read.
Sweat-Drenched Press has done profound work in highlighting unconventional and experimental writing with a stacked catalog of titles, each prodding at or chipping away elements of the traditional literary canon. It was Zach Ferguson's Interiors for Question that initially introduced me to SPD's work. Looking at the body of the text, the often unassuming white page, and finding ways to interrogate its potential. Since then, I've had the pleasure of writing an introduction for the Hypermetatextual System Compendium and designing the cover for Matthew Kinlan's baroquely surreal Curse Red, Curse Blue, Curse Green. It's been a really exciting experience to watch SDP build this adventurous catalog, and I'm only more excited to see how it continues to expand in the future.
It speaks to us. By merely standing erect, framed by sea determined to bring its eventual collapse. The thing is so infamous for being a pier, a spectacle, a place to tread, to admire, to use, to better view the brightened sea, struggling to have much impact on its foundations and proud place.
Repetition of images, memories, thoughts, cast aside intrusions, monotony, repetition is motif, it is montage, it is collage, it is the beginning, the middle and the end. It is subliminal. It is forthright. It is sweat-drenched press.
Hi, my name is Richard Cabot, and I'm an author. And I've been asked to say a few kind words about Sweat-Drenched Press, and I'm happy to do that. And those words are, if you're into honesty and autonomy, and maybe even a bit of going to be, then Sweat-Drenched Press, they're the guys for you. Okay.
The past is always reflected in the present. Behold this monolith, shadowing its own parentage, outgrowing its usage and place, though parallels can be drawn, what was before will always end up in our modern architecture and its DNA.
The freedom of flight is akin to when you write, airless, no corners, free, expansive. But when the wind isn't right, you're fighting against it. The current, the wind, the rain, your consciousness, your subconscious. Wings may be spread, words may be buttered up across the white canvas. This is when experimentation comes in. Discard all rational thought. destroy all the machines that dictate your life and just create, express, ooze, excrete, plummet from the empirical buildings that corner you into the environment you are raised to call home. There is no home. There is just sweat.
But as it stands now, in modern times, what it offers to modernity and urban evolution, industrial revolution makes way on pollution of opinion and perspective. The interior is now exterior. The exterior is now interior. Take a piece of paper and get as close as you can. Rent a boat, hire a captain. Small vessel will do nicely. Plan a chartered course to encroach in this metallic orange-pilled structure, and if winds abate, provided the captain can turn an eye away, touch the dying, not yet dead peer's flesh. Mark it. Make it yours. It will make you its accomplice and confidant. I guarantee this is not mere mythology and whimsy. It is truth. Wounded, legless, vulnerable, yet stoic in its determination, much like sweat-drenched press.
Sheets of words, smashed to bits when they hit. Shards of poems scatter across the pavement. Collect them for blades, for art shanks, sharp as fuck. Reject the big machines that crush poems to sand, that sand down the edges. Words can be weapons. Indie publishing weaponizes words.
already sound like 1 to 3 petitions and nothing to do exactly sounds that you were giving enough to listen. So what you really don't get is why people would call you superficial. Everything you do, there's only really just one condition. Sometimes it's okay to be persistent. Many days you talk before you listen. If you draw me in Grand Theft Auto, I hold no gun. The weapon is my word. If you find me in Grand Theft Auto, I hold no gun. The weapon is my word.
If I'm sad, sometimes I want to cry. But when I'm glad,